Yeah. Let's see. I'm just going to turn this down and then, okay. Cool. Hey, everybody. Welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas 2024. This is the ground truth track focused on data science and other mathy and data things in security. Thanks for coming. We want to thank all our sponsors for making this possible. And we're going to get started right now with Douglas McKee. Come on up, Douglas.
Thank you. All right, thank you. I'm excited to be speaking at my first B-Sides Las Vegas. It's great to get a chance to talk to you all today. I'm going to talk about something called proprietary protocols. It's something I think we leverage not enough in the industry, both from an offensive and defensive perspective. So I'm going to go through both of those things. First off, I like to say, who's the crazy guy talking in front of you? I've been in the industry about 15 years almost, which is scary to say out loud, mostly on the offensive side of the house, doing hacking. I'm also the author and instructor for SANS Security 568, which is a product security pen testing class. And during the day, I'm the executive director for threat research at SonicWall. So spend a lot of time in security, threat intelligence, and networking stuff, which is what's important for today's talk. You can look me up on almost any social media platform at Full Metal Packets. Happy to discuss anything cybersecurity related if you are interested. To set the stage a little bit, I'm a little guilty, right? Being a SANS instructor, I always end up defining everything before I get started. So we need to start by talking about what do I mean when I say proprietary protocols. So an open protocol are things that you're very well familiar with from a networking perspective. These are things like HTTP, FTP. These are protocols that have what's called an RFC. So these protocols, if you want to know how they work, you can go somewhere, you can look up that RFC, it'll put you to sleep, but that's okay. It'll still tell you exactly how the protocol functions. On the other side, we have proprietary protocols. And these are the opposite. These are protocols that have been created by vendors, typically for a very specific purpose. Now, I did some Google online looking at what do people think about proprietary protocols, and I found this graphic posted online. And I love this because it illustrates the point that the internet always knows everything that it's talking about, right? So here, the vendor is marketing that proprietary protocols, what's so good about them is they are safer because they are unknown. Now, I've only been in the industry a short time, but security through obscurity, I don't think is the mantra that typically pays out from a security perspective. So this is not accurate, right? It's actually, we want to take the time to understand these protocols because they're beneficial whether or not you're on the red side of the house or the blue side of the house. So I've put together what I call an 8-step process for dissecting and understanding proprietary protocols. I cover this in Security 568 in about a day and a half, which I do not have time, obviously, for here today. So we're going to talk about 4 of the 8 steps. And I'm doing this because I believe if you want to walk out of here today and apply this immediately, these 4 steps will get you started on the road to immediately apply these principles and start helping you within the workplace. So to jump right in, I'm going to talk about the first concept here referred to as simplifying scope. So what do I mean by simplifying scope? To put it simply, it's the concept of reducing data down to a reasonable size. So taking a large quantity, in this case of packets, sometimes we have thousands, hundreds of thousands of packets, and how do we get less data? That's the goal of simplifying scope, because I don't know about you, but I do not have a time to look at 1,000 packets, 10,000 packets, 100,000 packets. Now, the key to this is we can't just randomly But starting with the first one, protocols themselves, or higher level protocols. Almost every proprietary protocol rides on top of another protocol. And it's not uncommon to see multiple I'm saying that in reverse, lower level protocols, multiple lower level protocols being used within a proprietary protocol. So you might have TCP and UDP being leveraged by a proprietary protocol. Simply splitting them out into two different types or groups of packets starts to get you two different representations of those protocols. Another way to do this is by conversations or flows. You're probably familiar with in Wireshark, you can right-click and do show me the TCP flow or UDP flow. At times, what we see is that a flow of traffic is one format or one type of protocol. Again, what we're trying to do is to group these so that we have likeness between our groups so we can analyze one or a couple of packets in that group and have an understanding of that larger group. Another way to do this is by port numbers. Oftentimes, especially destination port numbers, will ingest or parse a different type or format of packet. Think about this from an operating system perspective. What is a thread, right? Port numbers are often tied to threads. They're independent sections of code. Well, that code is different oftentimes between threads. We're parsing different types of packets. We can also use payload length. This often surprises a lot of people. But generally speaking, and again, this is not all the time, right? Not 100% of the time. But generally speaking, packets of the same length often have the same format or the same function. And so using length as a tool can be very useful. And lastly, let's not forget about basic computer science tools for things like integrity. If the MD5 is the same between two packets, they're the same, right? The same packet. And we can leverage that to our advantage. So using these 5 methods, the best way to communicate this is to do this in real time. So I'm going to walk through leveraging this concept of simplifying scope using a real proprietary protocol here in this presentation. So here on the screen is a proprietary protocol. Wireshark clearly knows not what to do with it. This is obviously just a screenshot of a much larger PCAP. And we want to start reducing this scope of this PCAP. To give you the larger context, in this PCAP, there's about 516 packets captured in about 188 seconds, or about 3 minutes. That's a lot of packets, right? No, not really. That's kind of a trick question. That's actually like nothing. 3 minutes of a network capture can be like 2,000 packets, right? So I say that to illustrate that we're going to do this for just 500 packets. You're likely going to be working with a lot more, but the principle will hold. So one of the things we can leverage, they talked about ground truth being potentially a data science-y track, is this concept of EDA. EDA is exploratory data analysis. We can actually use code to make it so we have to, what my co-author for 568, Ishmael, likes to say is we don't have to read the matrix. He accuses me of reading the matrix by just looking at packets. We can leverage code. So here is here's Python code, which is leveraging Scapy to put packets into a pandas data frame. Packets into a Panda data frame, we can start doing statistical analysis on these packets. And we can use the grouping mechanisms that I talked about in the previous slide in code a lot faster. We don't have to actually be able to recognize this visually. Here in 4 lines of code, I argue it's really 2 lines of code because 2 of the lines of code are print statements. We can ingest a PCAP and display the different protocols, known protocols in that packet. So here we've got UDP and TCP. Now, we do this for the example PCAP that I provided you, or provided on the screen, for the grouping principle. Here are 4 of the different grouping techniques I talk about. The first one I said you can group by a lower level protocol. Well, unfortunately, here that becomes useless, right? The entire PCAP is UDP, so we're going to have to try again. So we're going to look at another method. I said destination ports could be something that is useful for grouping. If we leverage our pandas data to graph out destination ports, we instantly get 4 distinct groups of packets. Okay, now we're on to something. There's a chance that these are all of similar format, or different formats, if you will. What if we use length? Well, if we use length, we also get 4 distinct different groups, which begs the question, is there an overlap between length and destination ports? When we're simplifying scope, the stronger case we can is the more data points we can use. And it just so happens that if we tell Python to group these together, we actually get a perfect marrying of length and destination port. And this is very simple leveraging EDA and leveraging pandas. You don't have to always visually see this. You can totally do this, what I would call the hard way, and I've done it that way many times, but will speed up your process. So now we have this concept of, okay, if we take the length and the destination port number, this could help reduce our data set. But we've looked at one PCAP. Is that statistically relevant? No, right? One PCAP of data of one capture, that's great, but this could just be a random trend that we found. And that's very important in dissecting proprietary protocols. You need multiple captures, multiple instances of the same behavior, and that's also very key. So let's go ahead and look at this again for a second take of the same behavior of the protocol we're looking at. And what happens is we actually get a very similar representation. There's a few minor differences here, but the important thing to point out is that our length by destination port number pairing still holds true. And we can do this a couple more times, but the concept is likely a good place to start to reduce our scope down to 4 packet types. So here we had 516 packets in 188 seconds, and in just a few minutes, we selected 4 that require analysis, not 516. And I can't stress enough that out of all of the 8-step process I have put together for reversing proprietary protocols, this sets you up for either success or failure. This is probably the most important step. So now moving on to some of the other steps. The other thing that I will note here quickly is the first step first. You have to do simplify scope. The rest of this is kind of in an order that I thought was useful to me and to my workflow and can definitely be rearranged to your workflow. Once you've done simplified scope, you can rearrange these to whatever you feel is the most useful. So I'm going to talk about a concept called embedded networking as the next scope. It's actually very common in proprietary protocols to see embedded networking with the payload of the protocol that matches the networking data in the other lower layers. So what do I mean by that? Things like IP addresses, MAC addresses, port numbers are duplicated in the application layer, payload layer of the packet. The number one question I get when I talk about this information is why? To be honest, I don't have a definitive answer to that question. I've never written a proprietary protocol. My hypothesis, which I think is based on a decent amount of data, is there's a large chance that the higher level application that's receiving this information doesn't have access to the networking layer of information. If they want to make a decision based on, let's say, an IP address of where something coming from or a port number, they embed that in the payload so they can access that information. I think is typically why we see this, but this is seen all over the place. So here with Wireshark, in the IP layer, it shows that the source address is 126.1.1.1. I love this cheat. If you highlight it in Wireshark, it highlights it in the payload in hexadecimal form. It makes it very easy to visually notice that there's another value of the exact same pattern in the payload of the packet. And this is the concept of embedded networking. If we take this concept and we look at all 4 of the packets, the representation that we took from the larger groups, we'll actually notice that 3 out of the 4 have a IP address embedded in the payload of the packet. So now we're well on our way to understanding how the protocol works. Our goal here ultimately is to go from knowing nothing to knowing something. Sometimes we're able to find out what every byte means. Sometimes it's not possible or not easy to do, but we get one step closer to understanding that protocol. The next concept or step, if you will, is something I call enumerating patterns. And this is the idea of leveraging patterns across packets, across PCAPs, and within the context of a capture. And I'll show you by that here in a moment. And to determine what bytes in a payload represent. So let's first zoom out and look at the higher level PCAP again, just from a Wireshark perspective. Now here we're filtering by length and port number because that we concluded was one group of packet. Now we're looking at the group that we've decided and we're saying what are some patterns within this group. And it doesn't have to only be within the payload. I see that as a common mistake. Immediately you open up the hexadecimal view and I want to look at the payload. Well, how about looking at the overall conversation? One thing that sticks out as a pattern, if you will, is this repetitiveness of 4 packets in a row from the client, 4 packets in a row from the server. Okay, that's interesting. And we can also see from a time perspective, these packets are sent almost at the exact same moment in time. Well, because we have this data in a pandas data frame, it's very easy to check other grouping methods that I talked about in the beginning. With just one line of code, we can actually check the MD5 hash of these packets. Are they the same, or are we dealing with different packets? And what we find out is that 4 packets is actually the same packet repeated. So what we care about, or what are the differences between the repeated packet and the packet that is changed? Understanding how cryptography works, this could be 1 byte, this could be the entire packet that's different. So we want to start tackling this question, what is different and what can we learn about the fact that there's a difference here? So here if we open up the three of the packets to see the difference across the different payloads, we simply, nothing fancy or trickery here, we start looking at 1 byte at a time after where we have known data. We know the IP address, we know where it is in all 3 of these packets, we see that it's the same, that's expected because it's coming from the same place. What is the next byte? Well, it turns out we start looking byte by byte. The next 3 bytes are the same. Where we get a difference is the 4th byte. Interesting. So 3 packets in a row. The first thing that is different is there's 3 bytes the same that is different. Now in networking, it's possible to have 1 byte that indicates something. That's why Scapy has a byte field, for example. However, it's more common to see 2 or 4 bytes or more increments. So dissecting packets is a little bit of an art. You have to make some assumptions and then either prove or disprove those assumptions. Most of the time, I'm going to not assume that 1 byte is different on its own. I'm going to assume there's a group of bytes involved. And here I have 1 byte changing. I'm going to look at these as a 4-byte group and see if I can determine what these look like. Now, if you can spot it using the hexadecimal here, there is a difference of 10 between each one of these. I apologize for mixing decimal math and hexadecimal, but I think it illustrates the point a little bit more on the slide. So here we see it incrementing by 10. So what could that mean? That could mean a lot of things. What could, in theory, be a coincidence, even though I don't believe in most coincidences. What is causing this to change? If we zoom out again and we look at the entire PCAP or filtered PCAP, and look at those 4 packets, we can see that there's something else changing, and it's the value of time. So almost exactly to time, there is a 10-second difference between each one of these packets. Does that mean that this value represents time? No, it could, but it also could not be. I just randomly started at the next 4 bytes and found a 10 difference. So how do we validate this hypothesis? Well, we can take those 4 bytes and we can convert them using an epoch converter. Why epoch? Because that's the likely thing you're going to see in hexadecimal packet. And we get a timestamp of Tuesday, January 23rd, 2018. Does that mean it's a timestamp? Well, it could just randomly translate into a time. We want to validate this by looking at the frame of the packet. The frame of the packet also shows January 23rd, 2018. The time itself is slightly different, but the probability of the date being exactly the same across those 2 values is pretty low. It's a pretty strong indicator that this is likely a time value in the packet. So that's just one way that you can leverage, one thing you can determine by looking at patterns across payloads and across a PCAP. Now I'm going to jump down for a second to step 7, and I'm going to talk about application reverse engineering. This is something that is very useful to you for dissecting proprietary protocols if it is an option. And I stress the if part, because a lot of times we're dealing with proprietary protocols in IoT, IOM, ICS infrastructure, and you can't always have access to the application to do the reverse engineering. But if you do have the access, if an application is sending and receiving a protocol, it understands it. If it understands it, you have the source code, and you have to just be able to read that source code. So this is a very strong tool in your tool belt if it's applicable. If we go back to our PCAP, a little bit about this protocol. This is a medical protocol. It's called the RWhat protocol. And here, what we were looking at was the client. The client in this case is a medical device. Not impossible to get the parsing code, for sure. We could do some hardware hacking techniques. We could pull off firmware. We could see if it was downloadable, but definitely the more difficult approach. The server in this instance is a Windows machine. Much more friendly to work at if we want to do some application reverse engineering. So for a moment, if we say that we didn't figure out what that time value was, and we wanted to investigate if the server side had some clues of what that was, we could dump the server, in this case DLL, into something like IDA Pro. And right off the bat, in IDA Pro, this is right in the very beginning of the code, we get some clues to what might be going on here. Now, lucky in this case, a lot of debugging symbols were left in, function names were left in. The majority of this was left here for me to do, which is extremely helpful, right? And determines, I recognize that it might not always be the case during your event, but it's something to look out for. Here we have a function called broadcast RWhat. I did not rename that. That was provided to me by the developers. Thank you very much. We know from a little bit of OSINT, RWhat's the name of our protocol. Broadcast, it's going to the broadcast address. This makes sense. I'm looking in the right place, right? We go down and we see that there's another function called get RWhat period. It's being saved into a variable. I did rename the variable. So the variable name is RWhat period. I named that just for readability on the slide, but I didn't name the function. And we can see that that variable is being used in a debug statement. I love logging and debug statements. They provide a lot of useful information, especially for something like this. And it says the RWhat period is so many seconds. And if we dig into that function just a little bit further, we can see that there is a value that's being returned either 10, 15, or 20, depending on what a configuration. I also named this variable as well. So this one was not left in, but I renamed it for readability. So this is just an example, again, of using tools in your tool belt to help determine what is going on the wire, what's going on the wire, or the ground truth, if you will. So I'm going to take a break from going into the different processes of reverse engineering those protocols. That gives you kind of a quick ramp up. As I said, I do this for a day and a half in Security 5.8. But I'm going to turn to talk a little bit about how you can leverage this from an offensive and a defensive perspective. So starting with the offensive side, I'm biased. I did mostly offensive security, so I generally stay there. I'm going to go over 3 principles really quick that you can leverage protocols for, assuming you understand just at least a little bit about them. And so I'm going to talk about exfiltration, emulation, and falsification. So starting with exfiltration. If you remember, there was 4 packet types we looked at. We grouped by length and port number. This is the longest packet on the screen of the ones that we selected. A concept that I didn't have time to discuss today is the concept of padding. Proprietary protocols generally leverage a lot of different padding. And they can do this. One common way is to do it in the form of null bytes. Not always. It can be any value, but oftentimes it's either a null bytes or F, or what I see most commonly used. Here I've highlighted on the screen all the null bytes within the larger packet. You can see there's quite a large quantity of them. In fact, additionally, if we zoom into the top part, we can actually see there's runs of 32, 38 bytes of consistent null bytes. If you think command and control, if you think exfiltration of data, and you know that these are going to a broadcast address, it's very simple to embed what you need from an attacker's perspective hidden within these padding bytes to leverage on the network. And frankly, and the reality of it is, most defenders have no idea what the protocol is. It's not being parsed by IDSs or other security tools unless they're doing this. You likely don't even have to get the format right. You can probably strip out the rest of the payload and put the whole 6 bytes with whatever you want. Maybe have a few values in the beginning correct so that way it looks like the other stuff. But it's very easy to exfiltrate data with proprietary protocols. Next thing I'm going to talk about is emulation. Oftentimes, from an offensive perspective, it's useful to make it look like a device is there that's not there, or that you took down and you want it to keep looking like it was doing what it was supposed to do. I'm going to use the RWhat, the medical example, to demonstrate this in a quick little video here. Don't get caught up on the medical nature of this. So this is the server. I'm plugging in a Raspberry Pi, obviously not a medical device, right? This is just a Raspberry Pi. And server is going to interpret the data that the Raspberry Pi is sending as valid medical data. It's actually going to report it as a heartbeat. And so as long as this Raspberry Pi is plugged in, it's going to keep getting that related data from the proprietary protocol. Now, don't get hung up on, again, the medical example here. You could use this in a large number of different use cases where you could pretend that something's working at a level that it's not. And very closely aligned to that is the idea of maybe I don't want to emulate the entire device, but I want to falsify the information that the device is sending. So again, leveraging this medical example, here we have the end medical device. This is a patient monitor, and it's showing that beats per minute is what's being translated. And we're going to bring that up in the central monitoring system here, or the server side of the device. You're going to see that data communicated across. Now, an attacker that understands how this protocol is supposed to work can manipulate that protocol as it goes over the wire. Already demonstrated, Python's very good at using Scapy, at bringing in these packets and utilizing them. We can, in a simple script here, we can intake packets, we can send them back out, and we can have them with a completely different value, in this case jumping to 180. Now again, don't get hung up on the medical nature of this example. Obviously there's implications from perspective, but think about this. What about an alarm system? Whether you wanted an alarm to go off or not go off, right? Think about any type of ICS system, whether you want to make sure that a valve was open or a valve was closed. All of this applies to that as well. So that's from the offensive perspective. Let's take a little bit about the defensive perspective of proprietary protocols. Even though I come from a background that's largely defensive, I actually think from a proprietary protocol perspective, this is way more important. We have to understand the data on our networks in order to be able to defend it properly. We have to have that baseline of information. And reversing these protocols helps provide us that baseline. So I'm going to talk about three different concepts again from a defensive perspective. I'm going to talk about threat modeling, mitigations, and detection. And because it's 2024 and I'm speaking at a conference, I have to leverage AI or they literally cart me out of the room. So I am going to make sure to get some of it in this presentation. There is a model out there called StrideGPT. I don't know if you've heard this before, but it's used for threat modeling and it can produce mitigations. It's actually a neat tool. Like most AI-powered functions, is it perfect? Absolutely not. Do I think it should replace your threat modeling and mitigation strategy? Absolutely not. But it is a great place to get started, to give you some ideas on how to move forward from a defensive perspective. One of the things that we talk a lot about threat modeling in Security 568, and one of the things we talk about is the threat modeling manifesto, which has 4 questions for threat modeling. 2 of them are, what are we working on and what can go wrong? And we document them doing something called a DFD, or data flow diagram. So what you see here on the screen is a data flow diagram of a different protocol. This is not the medical one that I was talking about before. That has been produced by reverse engineering this protocol and understanding how a system works. As a result, what could go wrong with it. This is created in draw.io. What's really cool, we can upload this image to StrideGPT, and StrideGPT is able to then understand a little bit about how the system works. It actually populates this description field that you see on the bottom automatically based on that diagram. I fill out a few other questions on the right-hand side about the application. It's an IoT application. It has basic authentication. You hit this Generate Threat Model button at the bottom, and you're off with a generated threat model to start your work with. It does things on top of generating, because the threat model it's going to generate, is Stride-based, hence the StrideGPT. Stride is not always the most useful methodology to use. One of the things that I like to leverage is something called attack trees. And this will actually generate an attack tree for you and provide it to you in a graph form. I find this extremely useful when thinking about things like mitigations and what can go wrong within your network. If we look at the nodes all the way at the bottom, we can see these are the outcomes or the potential malicious activity risk that can occur by using this protocol. Of course, this is based on what the AI thinks, generating the input that you gave it. What I think is more actually impactful, the outcomes at the end, are the fact that you can see what I like to call these choke points within the attack tree. You can see that there's this one thing it's leading to multiple potential risky outcomes. So if I'm able to mitigate this one thing, I get the biggest bang for my buck is protecting against these type of attacks. Here, obviously, in this particular instance, the fact that it's an unencrypted TCP protocol is providing the way, or paving the way for 4 of the outcomes provided. The other thing you can do with a directory is you can look for things that your organization may be specifically concerned about. A lot of times in the government world, location leakage is an important thing. And here, the threat model has identified that a location leakage can occur. Well, I can work backwards now. So I don't really care about the other potential outcomes, but I care about this one. I can work backwards up the tree and say, what do I have to do to mitigate the risk of location leakage? If you're paying attention, you can also see on this slide a little bit of the imperfections or not usefulness of something like Stride GPT, excuse me. In fact, having a node that has UDP network traffic risks is not very helpful, right? But again, this is a model, it's a representation. As George Box used to say, all models are wrong, some are useful. What we're striving for here is something that is useful to help you mitigate risk in your organization, not for something that is 100% correct. Taking this one step further, Stride GPT will also provide you mitigation suggestions based on the attacks and threat model it provides. Sometimes these are not super useful, they're super overarching or industry best practice, but again, they can jog the thought process on what are things I can try to implement. I like this first one here that it produces. Of course, it's going to align these with Stride again. That's why you're spoofing here and tampering, and obviously the screen is cut short. So that may or may not fit your method. But the first one, remember we talked about emulation on the offensive side. This first one's actually very well geared to emulation. It takes a scenario, and it gives you a potential suggested mitigation. The first scenario is an attacker uses a 4 IP address to impersonate a legitimate client. That sounds like emulation. That's what we talked about in the offensive section. So what is something we can implement to help prevent that? Here it suggests implementing IP whitelisting. A good suggestion. That would definitely help with that emulation problem that we're seeing from an offensive side. So lastly, I want to talk about detection, which is something that can be extremely important from a defensive perspective. I'm going to do so in utilizing Zeek. I think Zeek is probably one of the most well-known open source IDS tools out there, so I'd like to use stuff that people are likely familiar with. One of the things that I was short in having time to talk about is this concept of documentation by SCAPI. It's probably the second important principle in dissecting proprietary protocols, and is that you have to document your findings. And nobody likes documentation. I highly suggest that findings are documented using code. So as you learn about your protocol, if you write what's called a custom SCAPI layer that is reusable then for both defensive and offensive purposes. Offensive things like fuzzing, for example. Defensive, we can use it for detection or logging or baselining. So here would be an output from the second protocol I showed you of a SCAPI layer for that UDP packet. And this is just writing a SCAPI layer for what we've learned doing the reversing. Now, to the best of my knowledge, there are probably people in the room that are way more familiar with Zeek than myself, so happy to talk if I'm incorrect with this, but I don't believe Zeek understands SCAPI directly. You've got to do something else in order to get it there. Well, one of the things that it does understand is a language called SPICY. And it's actually very simple to take a SCAPI protocol and to convert it to a SPICY syntax. I kind of like the way that phrase works out. And so here what I've done is I've taken the SCAPI protocol and I've implemented in SPICY syntax. Now this is something that you can compile that Zeek understands how to use. So we can compile this using the SPICY compiler that comes with Zeek, and we can now create a Zeek event. This is very, very basic. I'm just simply showing that you can print out information about the proprietary protocol to the screen. Show you what that might look like. You can run the the proprietary protocol through Zeek directly, and you can see that it's parsing out the embedded networking. Here we have something called a type field and a session ID that's in the protocol, but there's that location data. This protocol is actually sending you coordinates every time a UDP packet goes out on the location the UDP packet came from. Here it's repeated 5 times in this payload, and you can see that it's now understood by Zeek. What can you do with this? You can now detect anomalies, right? You can now print this to log files that you're ingesting in all your other security tool sets to write rules around. You can't do that if you don't take the time to understand the proprietary protocol. So I think there's a lot of value in this. So that's what I've got for you today. I thank you for taking the time to listen to my talk. I hope you enjoyed it. If we have time left, I don't know exactly where we are on the schedule. Happy to take any questions live or afterwards. Thank you. Yes, sir. I think they have a mic they want you to use.
Hello.
Hello.
Great talk.
Thank you, sir.
Do you know of, or can there exist, a Scapy to Spicy to Wireshark dissector pipeline?
I don't know of a pipeline that exists. I do
Or
think
some variation there?
Yeah,
because-
I'm not aware of one that currently exists.
Right.
I think it would be a great thing if you want to start open sourcing
We'll go
that
invent.
project.
Thank you.
That would be fantastic, but I'm unaware of. I'm not aware of one. Any other questions? Oh, yes, sir.
When you're working with these proprietary protocols and you find issues that are abusable from an offensive security standpoint, do you work with the vendors on those? Like, what's your process there and stuff?
Absolutely. I've found, in fact, I've got several CVEs to my name just to that specific point is issues with that. And yeah, follow responsible disclosure is typically the way I go about it, as if a vulnerability discovery process. It does get very complex depending on the industry in which the proprietary protocol is being used. In one that I discovered that was in the building automation industry, for example, that was a relatively easy fix. That fix was in software on the firmware that was digesting the protocol, and they were able to push an update to that. And so that was a very good process. And another instance where we found flaws in the protocol that was in the medical industry, right? That gets a lot more complicated, right? They had said that they'd have to go through their accreditations all over again to make that change, right? And then and that's the constant problem you have in ICS, IoT critical infrastructure is it's not as easy as patch it, right? But yes, to answer your question directly, when I've discovered flaws in the protocol before, work directly with the vendor to responsibly disclose them and then do some type of coordinated release.
Have you done anything with identifying hashes or signatures in packet streams?
I'm sorry, say that again, hashes or signatures where?
Hashes or signatures in the packet stream.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of times a characteristic I see a lot of is different CRCs, for example, which are not, I know they're not a hash, but the same concept that you're talking about. Those are obviously get a little bit more complex to identify. One thing that they're oftentimes, if you're looking at cryptographic tokens of some type, a lot of times they're at the end of a packet. And my advice for when you run into that is you don't want to try to look for those first, right? You want to weed out like the other stuff that I'm showing, embedded networking, clear text communication, you're running external tools like Binwalk and things like that on payloads to help you identify. What you're going to end up with is you're going to get all that stuff taken care of, and now there's going to be a group of 5 bytes over here that you have no idea what it is. You're going to find 2 bytes over here that you have no idea what it is, right? You can start looking at those then with a cryptographic mindset to say, is this potentially a hash? Is this potentially some type of CRC? A lot of times you want to use I think it's step 6 in the process is behavior modification. And the concept with behavior modification is you want to set up the protocol to work in a normal environment, intercept that traffic, make a change, and then see how that change affects the client and the server. If you're messing with a hash or a CRC, you will immediately see something not work the way it's supposed to. And that's a very good way to identify that. Again, I talk about that more in depth in the longer program. Next question. Did that answer your question, sir?
Oh yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
Well, just a thought I had when you were talking about this, especially like for for these medical device things. The first thought in my mind from a defensive standpoint, it'd be really helpful if they provided like if they were able to provide these templates for these proprietary messages. And my argument would be, you have to go, of course they would have to consider this during development, but you could convince them that this is a good idea, because then this will make it easier for the people trying to defend the hospital networks against rogue, against attack. Has there been any thought, or has this been like discussed within, at least within the industry?
I think it's a very well-known problem/solution space. I think, and if you look now, especially in the medical industry, you're starting to see some of them pull away from proprietary protocols, or what they're doing is they're doing a better job implementing encryption on top of them.
Okay.
So the product protocol is still there, but it's sent through an encrypted tunnel. The challenge that you're faced, especially with IOTM or medical critical infrastructure, is a lot of this is rooted in 20, 30 years ago. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And so it's not new design. It's design that's been here for a long time, when security was not the forefront, or we didn't have these concepts of the attacks that we have now, or sophistication. And changing that is a multi-decade problem.
No, I understand
Yeah,
completely what you talk about. Like, as an example, like people who find vulnerabilities in the baseband firmware and modems, they're always wondering, well, why can't they just fix this? And it's like, well, because if they make any changes, then they typically, the modem providers typically have to go through recertification with the carriers, and the medical industry is very similar. You make a change, well, you got to
it's not just that, but then you have backwards compatibility issues as well. When I was working on some of the medical devices, in order to fix the flaw that was discovered, they would have had to replace all of the devices in the hospital.
Yes.
Well, if you go tell a hospital that they need to go replace all of their infusion pumps, that's like a $10 million, $25 million endeavor, and that's not necessarily
then you have to start
reasonable.
looking at, okay, is there better ways?
Right.
Anyway,
So,
thank you.
Yes. Okay, I think I'm being told we're out of time here, so thank you for your time, and happy to take any questions outside. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Do what I can.
Yeah.
I'm used to things running behind. I try to catch up some time for you.
Did you turn this off?
I did.
Okay, so would you run me through the
smoking, I'll do it for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something. Smoking, I'll do it for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something. Smoking, I'll do it for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
People in the back, if you can hear me via the microphone, please nod. There's nodding. Thank you very much. I'll be brief when it comes to me. This is the slide that I hate the most. But I grew up online. My teenage years was spent on a computer on the internet. So when I was going to university, I decided, well, don't want to study what I already know. So I'm going to study something else. And I studied something else. And people keep asking me about this. What's your education? My education has nothing to do with it. I studied psychology. That's my bachelor degree, educational psychology, for those who are really into details. And I have a master in what's called philosophy of technology. I decided to study what I don't know. I did, however, take the introduction course to programming 1 and 2, and that got me a job. That's not what I do. I don't program. My field of specialty is what's called abusability. When I look at your system, I'm interested to know what can go wrong with this system? How can I mess up people's life with this system? And because I am actually a nice person, I want to figure this out not to hurt people, but because I want to change it so we don't hurt people with the technology that we make. If I'm going to give you an advice when it comes to having a hobby, if you're going to pick a fight you can win. I was stupid. I've been picking a fight with a bank. Don't go after banks. That's a very bad idea. It's a bad idea because banks have money. They have money, they have lawyers, they have legislations, they have laws, they have all kinds of resources you don't. So if you want to go and start trouble with them, be prepared for them to push back. Yeah. It's a very uphill battle so far. I'm going to explain to you why it's an uphill battle, but I'm also going to tell you what's the problem, and I'm also going to show you what is going on and why maybe the ball is rolling. So, in every system that we make, there will be design flaws. Some are small, some are big, some are proper security issues. Not every issue is serious. So when I spend my free time looking into other people's system, I will call it bug hunting without the bounty. Nobody in Norway pays you money for anything. It's 100% as a volunteer basis. Yeah. But I do this because I care about humans and I care about humans' lives, and I absolutely adore people in general. There are individuals that I really loathe, but people, humans, I like them. I like you. So I spend my time thinking about what's the worst that can happen? How can this system hurt you? It's a bit of a sad state of mind to be in, so I don't recommend it for everybody. I spend a lot of time thinking about domestic violence, abuse, child abuse, grief, death, sickness, poverty, and all the other awful things that can hit someone. My main question whenever I look into things is, what would the worst person in the world do with this tech? And I hope you take a note, a mental note at least, of this, because this is my one guiding question that I think summarize what is abusability. And when I talk to tech students, I will tell them, think about this. And if your boss is not impressed by what the worst person in the world, you can show them a picture of me and say, but what can she find in our system? We should fix that before she finds it. So you can do that. I give you the permission to use my picture as a threat. That's okay. Yeah. I did a project a while back. I did this very cute little project together with Per and another awesome human called Jon, or John, that he keeps introducing himself as, but Jon in Norwegian. We did a project where we trying to figure out what kind of old stuff is lying around and still operative. And one of the old stuff that is still lying around when it comes to banking is paper forms. I know. By the way, how many of you are from the US? Could you put your hand up? Living or from? Yeah, perhaps easier. How many of you are not living in the US? Awesome. But the US banking system is slightly further down the timeline than a lot of the other countries. So you may still have paper forms that are being paid attention to. But in Norway, we have paper forms that are still valid. You can fill them out and send them into the bank, but nobody's really paying attention to this. So what happened, to summarize it very fast, I got access to his account and his money, and that was fun. Thank you for the money, Per. That paid my coffee. But in addition to getting access to his money, I discovered I got access to a lot of other things as well. So I started prodding around and seeing, what can I do when I have access to someone's account? I think somebody dropped their glasses. Anyways, and I found a lot of small issues. Small issues are everywhere, but I also found some big issues. My problem as an external volunteer, let's not say hacker in this context, but yeah, as an external person, I have absolutely no leverage when it comes to the banking in Norway. I don't get to set the order of the day. I don't get to change their priorities at all. So all the big issues that I found, I made a note of it, I took a screenshot of it, and I check up on the issues. Did they fix it? once in a while. But there's very little I can do, because to change anything, I need to get somebody's attention. And it's difficult, because banks don't care about you. They don't pay attention to anything that doesn't cost them money. I can, of course, go to the media. And I have done that in the past when I thought it was ethically sound and a good idea. Going to the media is not a straightforward thing to do, because journalists may not understand what you're talking about, and then they won't make anything out of it. That happens all the time. They will will the bank stop working? No, they won't. Then why should we write about it? You know. In addition, they absolutely love the whole story, hacker found security issues. But when I talk about my type of issues, abusability type of issues, they will call the bank and they say, hey, do you have a statement because this hacker person or this security person says that you have security issues? And they will say, that's behind login, it's not a problem. They're overdoing it. It's a feature. And then there's no story. So I just had to hang on to my knowledge to whenever the time is right. And the time was right a few months ago. Because one of the directors of personal banking in Norway made an interview in the biggest news channel that we have. And she talked about her campaign about making women invest their money, not in saving accounts, but in stocks and fund, which is that's a good project. But she was blaming women for not having a good overall insight into the economy, their personal economy. And she was being, I think, pretty unfair. So I did this really old school thing called a reader's post, where you write and you send it into a newspaper. And I chose to send it into the biggest financial newspaper in Norway. And they said, yes, thank you. And they made a huge page out of it. This is paper newspaper, but they did also come online. And it was great, because they started to listen. And the biggest news agency who did the interview the day before called me and said, do you want to be on TV and radio in a debate with that director? And I said, of course I want to, which is terrifying, because she has a team of people that will back her up and give her PR advice. And I had to complete my workday and then maybe brush my hair before I got on TV. That was horrible. But I did. And the debate went well, for me, I think. And things started happening. It triggered a lot of other reader posts and social media, and other financial institutions started having opinions, and people started calling me, and things, well, the ball is starting to roll, and it's great. Maybe we can have better banking for private individuals. And of course, I'm doing this talk, and I'm doing one at Crypto and Privacy Village together with Per. And I'm also going to this, we'll call it a political convention. It's a weird thing. A bunch of politicians and lobbyists and journalists are meeting up. Perhaps it should be a meetup. It's called Arendalsuken. And somebody invited the new director of banking in that bank to have a debate with me again. Great. They're starting, well, I wouldn't say listen, but at least they're not ignoring me anymore. And fighting me is better than ignoring me. When they're fighting me, they're starting to pay attention. And also doing a national security conference in Norway, they invited us to talk, and it's great. We're getting somewhere. But let me talk about the issues. Because securing a bank, banks have a lot of security systems, like whole heaps of measures in place. There's a saying, I guess I translated into English, and I'm pretty sure you have it here as well. As secure as in the bank. Does it make sense? Yeah, there's a nodding, thank you. We have that in Norwegian as well. Banks are supposed to be super secure. And by the way, I love this picture, because as a lot of you know, you don't have to open all those locks. You only need to open the one. But before you spend time opening the one, check if the door is already open. Anyways, the security measures that the bank has is not your security measures. A lot of the time, this is an overlap between your interest and their interest, because you don't want to get robbed and they don't want to be the bank that got robbed. But this talk is when it's no longer an overlap of interests. About security measures that are not there, but you need. Oh yeah, you should go ahead and take pictures, I don't mind. Because you can get robbed even though the bank doesn't get robbed. Basic banking, if you're a single person or living in the 1970s, would be like this. You have a key to an account. I call it vault for this occasion. But most of us live in household with other adults. Not everybody, but a lot of us. If you live in a household with other adults, they may be your romantic partner, your children, or your parents or relatives in some kind. And in Norway, at least, most families are two-income families. It may be different where you're from. I know you Americans have much more single-income families than we have. But it doesn't really matter. Because you are sharing your finances, even if you say that you have a split economy, because you will probably only have like one bottle of ketchup. You will have one utility bill, one internet bill, and so on. You don't have two. It doesn't make sense to have two power bills to your house. So you are sharing even if you don't intend to share. So when you've been living with the same person for a while, you build trust with them, and you start realizing, well, we are sharing. So instead of having this hassle every week or month or whatever, let's share an account. It makes more sense. Oh, by the way, equality. I know people disagree about equality. And I don't think it matters what you think of equality, because I think you can agree with me that shared access to shared assets is fair. And also, it should be possible to secure your assets if you want to. When I say asset, if you're the one who's making money, that will mean money. But if you're the one who's living as an adult in a household with other adults and not making money, you will probably be contributing in other ways. So your asset is the money being made to the household. That is money that matters to you. You should take measures so that you secure that you're not homeless or starving, right? And if you want to do that, access control to a bank is not enough. This is sharing a bank account. We call it power of attorney. Attorney. I keep calling it eternity, but it's not for eternity. It's attorney. It's a fun little trick, sharing a bank account like this, because in essence, there are two locks, but you only need to open one of them to get access to the money. What you get access to, you intend to share your money, probably for paying bills, food bills or utility bills. But what also happens is that the other person or the other persons you're sharing with get access to your history. And that's fun, because you may be having a new relationship. Do they need to know what you've been up to the latest 10 years? Maybe not. And of course the money, and depending on your local laws, by giving them access to one of your accounts, that is a declaration of that you have shared finances, even though you don't intend to have it. What you don't get access with power of attorney is the bills. They're still coming to that one person in that one person's name. And of course, that is very unpractical. And in the US, you get something called a joint account instead. Joint accounts are not available in every country. I have not seen them in Germany and Denmark and Norway and a few others. I only see them here. I would love feedback on that. If you have joint account as a concept in your country, let me know. And also, I would like the name of the bank. Joint accounts are nice because when you're setting up a joint account, you're setting up a new account. So there's no history. They don't need to know what you've been spending your money on. And you're making sort of like a third legal person. When you're paying your bills, it's no longer your or the other person, but whatever that account is registered as, that is paying the bills. And they can receive bills as well. It's neat. It makes sense. But again, depending on your local laws, you're declaring that you have joint finances. And this matters when life gets harder. Anyways, joint accounts and a power of attorney will let you, opens up for you to be robbed. And if that happens, you can complain all you want to the bank or your mother or whoever, but they would just tell you, well, you gave them access to your money. You gave them legal access to your money. Of course you're gonna get robbed. It's your problem. You trusted the wrong person. And I think that's really unfair. This is a feature, by the way. Trusting the wrong person is a feature in the banks. Because even if you trust the right person, life happens. You may have change in priorities. That may not always mean a divorce, but a lot of the time people fall in love and fall out of love or feel different about priorities in life. Grief, when you lose someone, your mental state are impacted by it. Accidents happen that can leave the other person that was the right person no longer choosing the right things or the things that are in your both interest. And I will be very direct when it comes to illnesses, because it's very common that people have either diabetes, cancer, dementia, anxiety, addictions, depressions, and a whole other things that it will affect their mental capacity to making good financial decisions. So even if you chose the right person, the love of your life, this can unfortunately still happen to you. And they can also be scammed. So we need more measures in place in banking that take care of your interest, not just the bank's interests. To add insult to injury, banks have this. They have account types that have all the measures that you want, that have double signing or triple signing even if you want, that have transaction limits, daily limits, monthly limits, weekly limits, and so on. They have alarms. They have notifications. So you can have either on email or on your phone or wherever, even in your banking app. And they have logs of who logged on and did what. But you don't get access to it as a private person. You only get access to it if you're a business. You don't have to be a big business. You can be a really small business. You can earn less than your household, and you still get access to this if you're a business. And I think that is unfair. And I want this for private, personal banking. Yeah. If you have a bank that do any of this for personal accounts, I would love to know. Because in order to, well, win or at least make the fight harder for the bank where I'm at, I would like a good role model or a little peer pressure to put them under so that they give me this, because I know, technically speaking, this is quite possible. It's just a matter of priorities. So yeah, that was it. I was super fast this time. Do you have had any questions? Yes.
I can make mention about some of the banking issues that could be problematic, and that would be. Thank you. One of the things that I find that's in our country that's a banking issue, and no offense to any parents here, but when your parent, when you want to initiate a banking, I remember one of my friends, she was 17. She had to have her parents sign for it. Now that person, I think she's in her 50s, till this day she can't get her mom removed. So, of course, her mom is asking her, what did you spend that $100 on? And, it's kind of annoying to her. Not me, but her. And that's something that, she's banked with this company or this banking system for over 40 years, but she can't get her mom removed.
Yeah.
So I think that's an issue, and vice versa. If you have a person who, a child, and you open an account with them for 17 years, and they still have that banking account, and that person is not very stable in their finances, overdraft, all matters of issues, then that parent is still signed to that account.
Yeah. I'm guessing you're in the U.S.
Yes.
Yes. You have a credit system here that is different than other countries. First of all, when you grow up, or if your life changed a lot, start over when it comes to banking, in the sense that get another bank, because that's how you sanitize access. Trying to tell the bank that they should do something different. They don't listen. I'm sorry, they don't listen. Start over. Be a good consumer. Threaten them. Go to another bank and say, you know what, give me a good offer. You may not always be in the position where it's you are the best customer, but they don't know that yet. So try. Be bold. Yes.
The last question was actually kind of tied to my thoughts around the credit scoring, the credit scoring system here. So in that case, if she starts fresh, right, her credit tanks, because it's based off age of accounts too here for different FICO levels.
Yes.
Because FICO sucks. I hate FICO.
Yeah.
If you want to talk to me about FICO, I plan to have a rage campaign against it. But it's another story. But as far as like credit scoring and say, I'm sorry, Norway, right?
Yeah.
So how does like account age and stuff like that impact accounts in like Norway? And I don't know what the credit system looks like there, but I assume it's better.
Very different.
Okay. Yeah.
But I can talk a little bit about it, because in Norway we have first of all, we have a credit system where you can you have a credit score there, but it's only available for businesses usually, and they have to have a good reason for checking your credit. We also have a registry for all your debt. We didn't used to have that, but now we have that. It is so that you cannot take up a lot of credit around everywhere and be deeply in debt, because it's unfair to put you in that position. And it's also very unfair to put your loved ones and people you're sharing your economy with in that position. So we have that. Both in Norway and in every other country I've talked to, or people, as a romantic partner, I cannot do a credit check of my love interest. I'm not sure if you should be able to, but it's an interesting thought to follow through or think about. Because when you're starting a relationship, you're entering it with trust, and that trust may not be what we call it, valid or reasonable? Warranted. Thank you. So yeah. On the other hand, it's very important for personal freedom to be able to take up credit without your current romantic partner or parent know about it, because you may need those money to get away. Domestic violence, financial violence is a huge part of it. So it's not an easy thing to change things, but I will support you if you want to riot for a better solution. And also, when you're changing bank, you can do it slowly, like ghosting them. You don't have to do it like on day one. Just ghost them slowly.
Hi. So I guess for your last slide, what I'm trying to take away from it is, a lot of fintechs now have that for personal accounts even. Where I work does the same. I guess what are you trying to gain out of that? Because for your last example, a lot of that would show that someone's trying to set money aside if they're trying to escape a situation. You have all the where do you want that line?
So the line is a whole debate because it depends on your local laws and it depends on other contexts like your income and how that is in so on. But one important part of this is that if both need for everyday money, like for cash, like pocket monies and so on, you can have your own account. That's not a big deal. But for savings, it's kind of absurd that my spouse can take all our savings and run away with them or drink them up or buy that bloody motorcycle without me knowing and approving. So if both have to sign for things, don't do that for all your money. That will be insanely impractical. But do it for the huge amounts. And yes, then you end up in a debate where you probably will have to divide assets, called a divorce or a splitting of assets, if you cannot agree. But if you cannot agree, you're not agreeing. But at least one person is not robbing the other one and leaving them without any money. Oh, and by the way, this happens so many times.
Hi, Cecile.
Yeah.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Yours too, Per. Very nice. I just happened to live in Norway, and we had the chance to meet before. I was just wondering during your presentation, it came to my mind if you have any insight from related to abusability applied to the bank ID system. Would you have any thought to share? And if, of course, if you could just spend like 30 seconds explaining to people what bank ID is, which in my opinion is pretty robust.
Yeah, so bank ID is the
Well, I was the CISO for Bank ID for 3 years. That was my previous job. Bank ID in Norway is the system that all Norwegians are using to identify not only to banks, but all to every single government service you can think of, and insurance companies and so more. Bank ID has 95% market share in Norway, at least, so it's the solution being used. And it's a digital solution, ID solution, that comes in 2 levels, high and, should I say, medium security. And you use that. And as an example, when we did our little attack that we are also going to talk about at the Crypto and Privacy Village at DEF CON on Friday, I wanted Cecilia to obtain legal access to my account, but we didn't want to do anything illegal. So I asked, would you like access to my account and my money? And she happily accepted that. We fill out a paper form on one single sheet of paper with my information and her information and 2 witnesses that were absolutely clueless to what they were signing for. We sent the paper form to the bank, and suddenly she got access. And additional bonus, after the access had been set up, I didn't receive any message from my bank that they had given her access, and she didn't receive any information either from them, like a text message, email, or anything, that she had access to my account. And after I gave her account, I suddenly realized, shit, I have 10 years of payment history on that account as well, and she can see everything, all the money I have ever received and all the money I have spent for anything. That was like, okay, well, so you're a good, trusted friend, but...
Facebook would love that info.
Yeah. So she's going to auction that off later on today, I guess, my personal information.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the bank ID system. And from there, it's interesting to see that you still need alternatives like paper forms for people that are not digital, people that cannot use bank ID for many different reasons, like having a legal guardian, being sick. We still have, one challenge to us is, as an example, we are taking in quite a few Ukrainian refugees, and they are not immediately allowed to have bank ID because we don't have any credit history. We don't know who they are. It's difficult to verify their identity, so we don't give them immediate access to using bank ID as an example. And then we have paper forms.
Yeah. There's a lot of good reason to have paper forms. For now, anyway. The EU is doing a very interesting project that if you have a passport and you have a established ID, you also get a digital ID. Bank ID has been doing that for 95% of the population in Norway for a while, but the last 5 is still a significant amount of people. So there needs to be something done for them, and for now, they're living on their parents' accounts or other relatives or romantic partners and so on and so on. And it's a mess. It's not a good mess. And I accept that paper forms has a function, but nobody's paying attention to them, so that's a problem. But most of all, there is no way that I can give anyone a little bit of access to my money. It's either nothing at all or everything. And that is too binary. Yeah.
Do you know, raise your hand, do you know anyone, any business, or any corporation, any government organization that actually verifies written signatures on a piece of paper?
Oh, that's fun.
One. 2, 3. Okay, yeah, we haven't seen anyone in Norway for several years.
That was one of the fun parts of that project. I was signing this paper, and they're gonna, well, if they were checking my signatures, against what? When I was 5, it didn't make sense at all because we have digital banking, so much digital banking.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was.
And when
fun.
I was going to fill out the paper form, I looked around my entire apartment. I didn't have a single pen. I haven't used a pen for many years. I'm all digital. So I had to go out and buy a pen to fill out a paper form, just trying to do social engineering against the bank. We don't do that anymore. Yeah.
The future, 2 things. You can find me on socials and everything. LinkedIn is probably the easiest way to get in contact with me if you want to. I would love to drink coffee and have conversations with you. But also, I'm hoping the banks will start giving me at least a way of making 2 signatures happen, because it's possible. Also, I'm hoping with modern banking that maybe my next bank is not a Norwegian one, but a German one, who possibly may have maybe these control measures in place. I don't know, but I think banks are in deep water. It's a global market now. Yeah.
Thank you, Cecilia. And it's lunchtime. We'll be back here at PasswordsCon at 2 o'clock with Troy and Kathy with detecting credential abuse. o'clock, we have Troy and Kathy from Google, from all the way from Australia. Really happy to have you here. And detecting credential abuse. Looking forward to this one. Please welcome both Troy and Kathy.
If I turn it on? Yes. No, that's it. Okay, is that, yeah, I think that's good, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Hi there, folks. Thanks again for your time today as well. And thanks for the opportunity to present to you all and to the volunteers for making it happen. Before we introduce ourselves, I'd like to pose a question to the audience here. How many of us in this room full of security enthusiasts has been the victim of account compromise, phishing, stuff like that? I was really nervous when I thought I was going to ask this question because I had no idea how many people would put their hand up. But actually, it looks to be, roughly speaking, about like a third, maybe 40% of the room.
The rest doesn't know it yet.
Maybe no, maybe so, right? And I think the interesting part of this is like we're a hardened target, right? And if you can imagine if we asked this question in a room full of folks who are maybe not as enthusiastic about security as we are, that number's likely going to be significantly high. So we're here to kind of talk about a pretty common attack vector nowadays that we still see kind of happening in pretty large scale in the wild. It's worth noting that the detections we'll be talking about here are possible in commercially available tools, open source, and there's nothing specific to the company here. But in the interests of like furthering both the red and the blue sides of the proverbial coin, we're going to look for, basically looking for the needle in the kind of like a log haystack. Just to introduce myself quickly, I'm Troy. I'm originally from South Africa. I've spent most of my life in the UK and Australia.
Secure rarely leave the context upon which they were generated. This context could be a browser for a cookie, for example, a device, or a TPM, a trusted platform module, for those who are not familiar with the term. There are exceptions, of course. For example, credentials such as passwords or bearer tokens, they're oftentimes intended to be transportable, but many credentials rarely leave the original context they were generated from, and therefore can leverage that for our detection. Credentials are also rarely accessed outside of a specific set of executables. For example, cookie jars are only accessed by browsers most of the times. But if you see a random binary calc.exe accessing your cookie jar, then there's something wrong. Another example of this could be we see many executables signed by the same certificate accessing a corp credential, and all of a sudden an unsigned credential is accessing it. This will stand out. Aside from password, passkeys, MFA, many credentials also rarely get accessed by end users. Typically, access to credentials are automated or performed by a program. Although human access is not impossible, it can be interesting in the context of other detections as well. Okay, so before we start talking about how to use these properties to implement credential abuse detections, I would also like to address a very important prerequisite. We need to talk about logs. We cannot talk about detections without emphasizing this point. Logs are extremely important, a crucial precursor to everything we're about to talk about. Going forward, we'll be assuming we have good log availability and access. We have the ability to ingest, filter, and detect maliciousness within a reasonable time frame or latency. We're not going to talk about how this can be done, as this is not a detection pipeline talk, but we can chat about this afterwards if folks in the room are interested. Okay, so just to reiterate the points, the main takeaway here is your first step shouldn't be trying to implement the detections. It should be making sure your logs do what you need them to do, as your detections are only as good as the data is built off. Following the garbage in, garbage out principle, you'd want your pipeline to log the right things, reliably log the right things, retain these data for a reasonable time frame, make these logs available for ingestion, and tell you when these things aren't working as intended. Obviously, this requires resource, compute, memory, and disk space to enable, but they're very important to build reliable detections. Okay, I'll pass to Troy to talk about credential abuse detections now.
Awesome, thanks. But all this being said, let's talk about how we can use what we know about credentials and how attackers can use them to try and detect some badness. So Credential theft often manifests itself as some kind of identity impersonation, compromise of a user account, something along these lines. And there's many, many vectors through which credentials can be stolen. This is commonly the result of things like info-stealing malware, of which there are many, many variants every day and an even greater number of infections that we see around the world. But it also could be things like cross-site scripting, dumping and exfiltration of credential databases, all these kinds of things that effectively result in credentials ending up in places we don't want them to be. We won't be talking about all possible variations of detecting credential abuse. There's a lot of it, as you can imagine. We're talking about a couple of examples, including the impossible travel problem, which a lot of people might be familiar with, credential binding violations, and also discussing credential forgery as well, which is similar in terms of impact on the end user accounts here, but very different in nature when it comes to detection engineering. Whoop, that was too fast. So to talk about impossible travel, so for those of you who haven't kind of experienced this much before, let's say we have a user that's normally based in Bogota in Colombia. That's their main working location. This is where we see them appear from in log data and where we see their devices talk to our infrastructure, where they originate from. Hypothetically, after a period of time, we then see authenticated user traffic originating from Seattle. The question becomes, is it possible for a human to feasibly travel between these two locations within the time frame that we've seen? This essentially boils down to a question of how fast would they have to travel to get from A to B, and is their velocity above what we would consider possible in that time frame? For example, the velocity of a commercial passenger aircraft is probably fine within reason, but if we see people traveling beyond the speed of sound, unless you're in a very specific set of jobs, you're probably not going to be doing that regularly. But remember that all of these observations and speed calculations come from log data, as Kathy mentioned a second ago. We need ways of determining where the user is appearing from, first of all. This is kind of this concept of geolocation. IP address is probably the most common means of figuring this out, generally speaking. But if we see the user in two places when looking at IP indicators, there could be many other legitimate reasons why this happens. Things like VPN usage, for example, is the most common one. And remoting devices somewhere else, or geolocation attribution sometimes changing on a given IP address block because this is just how the internet works. So we need to move beyond just, did we see a low fidelity indicator present? And we can't really solely rely on IP addresses. We really want to try and figure out where the real user actually is based on the other indicators that we see. So password is unfortunately also a weak indicator. Things like, phishable credentials that are designed to be somewhat portable for the user. If we see a user authentication event and all they provide is a password, we can't really say for certain that it's the real user actually at the keyboard. And this is particularly due to the portability of passwords and their phishability. Soft-backed MFA creds, things like SMS security codes, for example, are slightly better, particularly if we see them in combination with other factors, passwords and security codes. This is like the concept of two-factor authentication nowadays, basically. But again, SMS things and like soft-backed security codes are designed to be portable again and reasonably phishable. And some of these are vulnerable to out-of-band attacks like SIM porting. The effectiveness of soft MFA tokens really depends on the specific token type, and these can be quite varied, which makes it quite hard. But we might be able to determine, for example, that a company-owned device is present at a given location if a hardware-backed credential issued to a device is used as a second factor, or if we issue users with hardware MFA tokens, YubiKeys, for example, or if our infrastructure requires the use of mutual TLS with a certificate that's stored in the TPM. This at least suggests some kind of legitimate, strongly attested factor is present, but it still doesn't mean the real user is there. Stolen devices, credential sale, which we'll talk about shortly, all of these are situations where we might not see the real user at the keyboard here. And we kind of need biometrics to be sure, almost, which I'll talk about in a sec. But finally, observing the same session-based credentials used from two devices or two IP addresses at the same time is typically a strong indicator for account compromise. Session-based credentials, things like cookies, for example, typically are not designed to be transferable between devices. So why would you see them moving? That's the real question you have to ask. So when we see an event take place where indicators like these are present, we need to figure out which indicators do we see of geolocation and of user device presence? How confident are we in their fidelity, their portability, their transferability? What activity did we see before and after the event? And does any of this seem strange? And do we have other log sources from which we can enrich this data? Did the user badge in recently to an office, for example? If so, was that office location near one of the locations we see them in log data? And combining a bunch of these indicators can give us a pretty good idea of where the user really is, and therefore may have happened to trigger a detection like this. But this is really dependent on the indicators that we see and what we know about the user. And this changes our confidence level in the detection itself and also how we investigate it. But again, the effectiveness of this detection pattern, the impossible travel problem, depends on another variety of factors. For example, we want to be able to correlate as many log sources as possible. We really want like strong log diversity, you can think of this as, where we have as many relevant indicators as present across as many log types as we can. Because the more logs that we have, the more diverse data points we can geolocate and calculate the distance between. This gives us, generally speaking, a higher fidelity signal. Otherwise, we heavily limit our visibility to the specific log sources that we choose, and the attacker just may hide in one of the ones we're not looking in. Similarly, but kind of almost inversely, we want high log granularity. We want as many event types to be logged for any given log type. And this means that the more events that we have for a given log, the more geolocation indicators that we can compute. And we can compute this signaling more frequently and with higher fidelity. But there is a trade-off here. The biggest problem is the more stuff that you log, the more stuff you ingest. This basically means the more thing you have to account for in your detection logic. And the more expensive things become. You have to store a hell of a lot more information. So implementing a good detection here gets increasingly complex, both in time and resources. But even beyond all of these indicators, it's important to consider the context of the events that we see. Firstly, we need to consider the devices we know the user might use. For example, in traffic routing terms, mobile devices over mobile networks or NAT gateways like Wi-Fi on Wi-Fi networks at home, general mobile roaming network routing, all of these things affect user attribution and geolocation accuracy. Users also express different behaviors from mobile devices, for example, in comparison to desktops or laptops. And some devices just might fundamentally not support the security features we need for some of this stuff. Some things may not have a TPM, for example. We may not be able to hardware back credentials. It's also typically rare to see multiple concurrent active sessions on multiple devices. Most of the time, people will use one device at a time interactively. They may flip between two in very quick succession if you have two laptops next to you, for example. But they'll typically have one main device, and this won't be for a very long time. So that's to say that observing two concurrent, fully interactive sessions from different devices should almost definitely arise suspicion, particularly if this happens over a long period of time. And it can be hard to determine interactive here, but it's possible within reason. But the fundamental question here really still comes down to how can we be sure that it is the actual user at the keyboard at the location where we see them? Or more specifically, how can we be sure that it's the actual user expressing the credentials that we see? User behavior and attacker behavior, for those of you in red teaming roles will know, are very, very similar, depending on the role of the user. And we can tune our detection output to any volume we like almost. And we need to consider the volume that we can deal with, either manually or through automation. Those in blue team roles might be very familiar with noisy detections being tuned based on capacity rather than accuracy. And this is also a challenge here in the impossible travel problem, unless we have the right data, the right enrichments, the right automation to tune this stuff appropriately. And for those of you in red team roles, this is where the attacker really wants to blend into the noise. They want to be able to blend into that volumetric tuning limitation of this detection pattern. And as blue teamers, we also need to consider this angle when we investigate these events. But we also need to be considerate of the user. We don't want to inconvenience the user with unnecessary remediative actions, or we risk them circumventing controls that are too cumbersome. But those strongly backed credentials, those MTLS certificates, YubiKeys, and things like it we mentioned before, can help us answer some pretty important questions. For example, as we talked about briefly, did we see any company-issued devices present at a given source IP address? If so, we need to consider the context of what happened. A company device being seen at a given IP address might suggest that this is the user's home IP address location, for example, or their typical working location. Or at least that someone in that location has access to a company-issued device. Note that may not be the real user. This could be an attacker, could be a family member, could be almost anyone. If not, we need to consider the credentials that we see, how these are issued, and how they're stored on the device. But this can also help us answer a question of, do we see evidence of human presence at a given source IP address? Observing human presence from IP addresses that are geographically far apart is effectively the essence of this detection pattern of the impossible travel problem. But again, we need to attest user identity to be 100% sure, within reason, of who's actually there. Because human presence can be attested more easily than attesting the real user identity that might be present at the location. Usage of second factor tokens that aren't biometric, login activities using phishable or transferable credentials, interactive netflow or process logs on the device, these are all signs of human behavior. They may be automation as well, to be fair, and you can pretty normally figure that out quite easily, but it's not actually the real user. You can't be sure from logs. which although it is a more difficult question to answer, we now come to our final question of can we determine which of the active sessions is the real user, the person we issued the credential and the device to? If we have biometric hardware-backed second factor authentication here, this can be pretty conclusive in determining what's going on, specifically that we can know within reasonable bounds which session is likely the real user. But this also has caveats when it comes to enrollment. We can also interdict user processes with additional biometric checks, things like selfie verification, for example, but ML models are getting really good at rendering video, and you can imagine the application of that there. But effectively determining real user presence typically comes down to the best possible combinations of trade-offs and limitations in the impossible travel detection problem. And it's worth noting that for non-biometric hardware second factors, we can't make the same attestation here. We could only state that a human was present at a given location, but we'll talk more about this when we talk about credential sharing and sale. But to summarize the points on the impossible travel detection problem real quickly, if you find yourself implementing or investigating the output of one such detection like this, try and combine as many indicators as you can and weight them as appropriate. Some logs are going to be more relevant than others. We want to filter out known background activity and or noise where you can, because we don't want those things to trigger impossible travel events. And as a result, you don't need to ingest everything. But we want to try and avoid shooting a detection like this for triage capacity because it's much better to implement better detection logic and noise reduction and enrichment so we can actually outscale the attacker rather than just burdening ourselves with toil. We should also consider how much trust we place in credentials that we can see being presented. If we see high trust credentials and we got confident in their security posture, we might be able to imply a given session is the real user within reason. We also need to consider geolocation granularity and maximum velocity. You might have to ask this question of like, how far does someone have to travel for this detection to fire, given how accurately we can measure geolocation? And how fast do we think is too fast? Some cases may be fundamentally too fast, like in our Bogota to Seattle example. But some may be just unreasonable, like for someone who would fly from Manhattan to Newark, this is probably not going to happen in real life. Sometimes it might be better just to ask the user what happened if you aren't sure. Often if we aren't sure, it's just easier to ask to understand the weirdness, but there's caveats with this, which we'll talk about shortly as well. But it's also generally worth trusting gut instinct. From what we know of the user, their role within the company, their likely work times and locations, is this likely to be them? You can kind of normally figure this out. Although blending into the noise as is a thing, attacker behavior does generally stand out, again with a massive set of assumptions there. So instinct and Occam's razor can help make these gut decisions a lot of the time. It's also worth keeping in mind the limitations of impossible travel detections. Unless session-based credentials are available as indicators here, the detection itself is going to be heavily dependent on geolocation changes to a user's account. And we talked about how some of those are better than others and also some of the challenges there as well. And finally, in practice, as coverage of detection increases, so does the noise level. And it's important to complement the detection with additional controls. For example, credential binding, which I'll hand back over to Kathy to discuss.
All right, so as Troy just mentioned, credential binding is a great control to complement credential abuse detections. So this links to a property mentioned previously. Some credentials we look to secure should rarely leave the context upon which they were generated. And if we can bind a credential to a context, for example, device, we can, in theory, detect its theft when it leaves that context and get presented back to us. So let's take a closer look at how credential binding works. Say we have a identity provider, IDP, and a client, where a user wants to authenticate via client and get the credentials they can subsequently use, for example, a cookie. We have some binding conditions configured that we want to enforce. We need to compute the binding criteria when we receive their authentication data, generate the credentials we want to return, and then apply our binding criteria and log the credential generation event, and then return these bound credentials to the client. And when a user tries to use the bound credentials, they would present these credentials back to the IDP, and then the IDP then compute the binding criteria again, check that our computation matches those present in the check that our computation matches the binded criteria that's present in the credential or presented by the authentication client. and then make a decision of whether the credential binding control has been met. And in this case, because it's a legitimate client, let's assume it has, and log the credential usage event with the binding control validation result, and then return the data or content to the user as requested. But in the case where these credentials were stolen or used from a different malicious device, for example, we still do the same thing, compute the binding criteria again, check the criteria, make a decision, and then log the event. But in this case, as you can imagine, the control will not validate, and we will be logging a violation of the binding control, and this is the event that we look for in our logs when we write our detections. And then we would like some sort of actions to be taken to remediate the situation. We might expire the suspicious session, lock the user out, log false reauthentication. There are false positive use cases here too. For example, like a user might accidentally back up their device or reimage their device and get issued a different certificate that doesn't match the existing binding, but it is their credential they're trying to use. It's important to consider these edge cases when developing detections. And similarly to our impossible travel data points, there are a variety of binding mechanisms to consider, although the usefulness of these controls might vary depending on the context and their use cases. So starting from the top, we can bind a client-side credential to a machine certificate, for example, that is backed by a TPM. This is a strong binding as it is non-trivial for the attacker to retrieve and lift data from a TPM remotely. TLS channel binding is an alternative mitigation which could also be highly effective. Channel bound credentials are bound to the underlying TLS session. For example, cookies may be channel bound, or all tokens can be channel bound. With channel binding, leaked or stolen credentials cannot be used in the attacker's session. The attacker must compromise the victim's browser session directly. Both the top two options, they protect against credentials taken out of the original context and used elsewhere. However, they don't protect against abuse from the compromised device or session directly. And a compromised credential may be exchanged for new unbound credentials that can be used elsewhere. This is not foolproof, but it's highly effective to spot a class of attack. And next we have IP addresses and NAT blocks. Attacker in possession of a credential needs to be in the same IP address range or originate from the same IP address from where the credential was generated to make use of the credential. We can detect, OPSEC mistakes, basically, very easily using this approach. But there are a lot of options for the attacker to bypass this binding, like using VPNs or large retail ISP ranges. Specific IP address might be a bit harder, but not impossible, depending on the circumstance as well. And finally, we'll have time. It can be considered as a binding control in the form of an expiration window. Unbound credentials can be expired to mitigate the impact of any potential compromise. Having said that, time in general is a weak binding control. This is where we see a lot of credentials, targeted credentials theft today. And automation can be easily used to bypass time windowing as well. So we just talked about controls that try to prevent credentials from leaving the original context. To leverage these controls for detection, it is important to understand why a binding control was engaged in the first place. If a binding control fires, this implies the credential has been moved elsewhere. We can mitigate this by force the user to log out, but we should still know why did this happen and investigate it. It could be a malware-infected laptop, for example, or it could be just user procuring a credential for an attacker. We never know until we look. It is important to remember that the attacker can easily try again. So just because we mitigated this one time, we need to make sure we keep the cost high for the attacker per iteration as well. We've been talking in depth about credential theft. So far, it's time to talk about a similar threat, credential sharing and sale. This technically is not a standalone detection pattern, but nonetheless an augmentation of what we've discussed so far. The difference is complicity and intent. In the case of credential sharing or sale, the user is likely complicit. This means we need to consider intent in our investigation. Someone might be sharing the credentials so they can get access to a personal doc saved on their corp account. because they're traveling and their family member is still at home. They could also be sharing their credential because they have sold them. Post-abuse context enrichment is very important here. Ideally, we should find out what actually happened after the credential were used in an unexpected manner. And also, biometric hardware-backed MFA tokens are very useful here. If we see evidence of a hardware-backed biometric token used, this is a strong indicator that the user is either present or complicit. Note, if a user is complicit, we also need to be careful during our investigation and response. First, we need to consider when and how to reach out to the user. This can be a very sensitive discussion. Don't underestimate your time investment. Be especially conscious of your tone, and don't assume malintent. Just because someone gave away their credential doesn't mean they personally hate you, for example. They could just be asking a family member to get a personal doc. They could be in a very hard position, and this seems to be the way out. Many factors can be easily misassumed, so be sure, hypothesis, and prove, don't assume. Next, we have one notably different detection pattern. This one is forgery. As Troy mentioned previously, we have the Storm 0558 case from the last year as an example. At a high level, we can think of the attack in a similar way to that particular case. Normally, an IDP will query a key material stored in a storage device to sign a credential. This is where highly sensitive key material is typically stored. But then an attacker might use a foothold to compromise or leak the key material somehow, and then exfiltrate the key material to their C2 infrastructure, and the key material can be used to create and sign a credential out of band of the canonical IDP. And then they can provide the credential to authenticate themselves, which the IDP would recognize as cryptographically valid and grant access. And this is the whole flow. To detect this type of attack, let's take a look at some logs. Let's say we have time extending down. We have two streams of events from the standard credential workflows. We have a creation stream and a usage stream. Both streams should have a unique ID for each generated credential, such that we can map every usage event back to exactly one creation event that happened in the past. With this premise holds true, we can then check for the violation of this condition. And this is basically what the usage of a forged credential look like. A credential usage event without a corresponding creation event. We don't have the creation event because the attacker minted the credential out of band, and it wasn't created by the canonical IDP, which writes the log. Having said that, there are some underlying assumptions and limitations for this detection that we haven't mentioned so far. So the first thing is our pattern here assumes that the forged credentials are generated out of band by the attacker, and then used against the canonical IDP. So the system that issues the credential does not retain the state of any generated creds. So the credibility of the presented identity is solely established based on the validity of the cryptographic signature. And then secondly, the credentials here cannot be forged online, i.e. the IDP itself is not vulnerable to any exploits that affect credential generation. So the integrity of the generation process is strong and we can trust it. In terms of the limitations of this detection pattern requires logging to be as close to 100% accurate and complete as possible. For example, if we don't have a credential creation event, we need to be sure it's not a log loss somewhere. An alternative to this is statefulness. If the IDP itself, the server side, maintains states for the issued credentials, we can then just check the state machine for a given credential to ensure its authenticity and alert on any invalid credentials being presented to the system. And I'll hand back to Troy about what to do about these detections.
Thank you. All right, so you can imagine if some of these detections fire, we obviously want to do something about it, right? So you might be wondering, tangentially to this, why not just detect all things like info-stealing malware? Well, the problem is there's just so many ways to steal credentials, and we often have not that much control over how and where they're stored. Trying to detect all of the theft options here can be really expensive, time-consuming, and also highly variant, meaning a lot of this can be hard to write. But there's a very small number of places where the credentials that we're talking about are used, validated, and checked. And these are our like core identity providers. And we also have, typically at least, we have much more control over those core IDPs, as well as where and how they log things. So we can implement detections basically at the choke point and save time and effort there with greater accuracy rather than trying to solve the malware execution case, for example. That being said, this isn't to say that we shouldn't do anything, obviously, except write rules looking at IDPs, right? Like detection in depth is still a completely valid concept here. In the same way that we want multiple detections to fire for badness, we don't want this one coup de grace detection rule to fire in the worst case either. Okay, let's say we've detected some credential abuse and we know it's legit. Like now, what do we do? And we've probably already answered questions such as where was the credential generated? Was it generated out of band? Which user was it account was it tied to? How was it stolen? Do we suspect it was stolen? How was the user potentially complicit? Things like this. But we still have a lot of questions to answer. Like we need to determine the impact. Like how widespread was the activity that we saw? What did the credential do post-compromise? And then we need to figure out what to do next. We have to first of all figure out, is the credential still even valid? And if so, when do we kick out the attacker? And then what do we do next? Like, do we need to like urgently fix something, even as like just a stopgap fix? Or do we like urgently need to deploy additional controls? And what do we do later? Like, do we have to fundamentally fix something? Do we have to fundamentally deploy more controls, really fundamentally rework our application of identity? And this last one's probably overkill for the most part, but many an Active Directory forest has been rebuilt for this very reason. But at the end of the day, if it's the user credentials that have been compromised, we always have to be cognizant of the human in the picture. We mentioned before the need not to assume situations when investigating suspected credential abuse. We don't want to assume the intent, the circumstances, because log data does not contain the entire context of existence. Users might be complicit for reasons beyond their control, so we really can't always assume malintent here. We should be sure of what's going on and then act upon it. As Kathy mentioned before, we're probably going to have some hypotheses which we should be able to reasonably prove, but then we should take action only after we've done that. Obviously here, a strong security culture, blameless culture, all of these things are really worthwhile investments because we need to acknowledge that all of us, including the users that we're protecting, are on the same side, and we need to work together to make this problem harder for the attacker. Because really, you don't want to be the security team that's feared. This makes collaboration significantly more difficult and fundamentally makes it harder to build trust with the very things you're trying to protect, including your user base. So then we're going to talk about a few controls quickly. We talked about credential binding as an example here. But statefulness, Kathy mentioned, is a really good example. If you can track the state of a credential, then we can validate its state when presented back to us and invalidate sessions where we see an invalid state transition. And this requires the attacker to be aware of a state machine and of the credential's given state in a point of time within that state machine, which is very hard to do unless you're internal. We can also start automating exploration or forced reauthentication processes. These are good in theory. But if the initial authentication challenge is weak or phishable, then the attacker might already have phished all of the components that they need to be able to pass the checks. We also especially need to consider usability when it comes to controlling credential abuse. If we challenge too often or if the challenge effort is too high, then users are going to start working against us. And usability here is really a function of the challenge overhead we're implementing, the frequency at which we present it, and the actual effectiveness of the control. And we need to get this function right to avoid overburdening the user. Human exploration and remediation, these are kind of like the actions that may be taken by someone who investigates one of these incidents. Sometimes you might need to know more before a control kicks in, but the challenge here is to know when to act. This can really vary by the user that's being targeted, the processes in place, but we don't want to alert the attacker or inconvenience the user, and this is a hard balance to strike. But we also don't want the attacker to progress too far either, so there's a very delicate balance in making these decisions. But this doesn't mean, however, this does mean, however, that we can be considerate of what is appropriate given the user's needs. Just want to talk about obscurity before we close out. It's obviously a meme to like solely rely on obscurity, but an attacker doesn't know what they're up against, so a single OPSEC failure can often lead to detection. If they don't know all of the impossible travel data points, or if they don't know the binding mechanism, or if they don't consider user working patterns or something and they guess and they fail, that's when you can detect the weirdness. It's obviously a note to not solely rely on obscurity, right? But like, don't discount it in reality, because if we implement a control with high complexity, which is as transparent as possible to the user, this forces the attacker to make a leap of faith. And we want the attacker to guess, and we want that guess to be really hard. But to conclude really quickly, we talked about some core tenets of credentials and the importance of logging, and remember that your detections are only as good as your logging. We hope this has kind of helped further the understanding of some of the detection patterns we've talked about today and some of the complexities involved in implementing this logic, as well as within reason how we can overcome some of these challenges. For those of you on the red side, common attacker techniques that you might think about may not always be as effective as you think, like VPNing to a local network range, for example. But nonetheless, we still see credentials being abused in the wild. But we hope that the attacker needs to tread lightly. That's the whole premise here. The detections and controls we discuss can introduce uncertainty into their operations, which gives us a greater chance of finding the badness. And finally, if one such control fires, your detection team should likely be interested. If a control exists for a reason, so even if the risk is mitigated, how did you find yourselves in the position where a control had to fire? That should be the question your detection team should be trying to answer. And finally, if you're interested in one such project to make credential abuse harder, and which gives us actually really good opportunities to detect this sort of stuff, we suggest looking up device-bound session credentials. This is a control underway. It's being designed and implemented at the moment by a bunch of folks looking to make this thing particularly hard, but we don't want to spoil it in this talk. So feel free to look it up afterwards. And in the meantime, thank you for your time.
Questions? There's got to be questions.
Nice.
There are questions. Good.
Oh, sorry. Somebody was standing up behind me, so I thought it was him. Thank you. That was great. I have two questions I'm kind of just curious about your thoughts on. One was to do the kinds of things you're talking about for a single event is, something a human can run down. But when you've got a large enterprise with hundreds of these, thousands of things happening that you might want to look into, obviously you have to have an enormous amount of automation. I'm curious about your thoughts about that. And the other thing I'm curious about is most organizations have scores of different types of authentication systems. And hardening them all and monitoring them all is difficult. You might be tempted, lots of us do, to start to harmonize down to a single try. But now everything is in one place. So if that gets popped, you're really screwed. I'm kind of curious about your thoughts about that also.
Good question. Do you want to take the automation one?
Yeah, sure. So your first question is about how do we automate all these detections at scale, basically. Oops, too short. Yeah, this really can be a different talk. But like to summarize what can be done to automate things at scale, like for detection pipeline, we have like 3 main stages. We need to normalize the log, write detections, and add enrichment if possible, and finally automate the investigation as much as possible. Normalizing the logs is very, very important because that's the stage where we can make sure we have the data available, we have really good valid data, and it is structured in a way that we can use it. The detection part is also very important, obviously. It's usually depends on the log volume. You might need to leverage some sort of data processing pipeline that supports a big data kind of scale processing. And in the end of the day, it needs to be flexible enough to support different detection patterns. It can't just be like a filtering of certain thing you're looking for. It might need to support like batch lookup, streaming kind of ingestion, like comparing different windows of things. Like we can talk about the detection patterns later, but like to enable some of these detections, you usually need to ingest more than like a few data sources, and the way they come in, they get delivered, and how you can process them like varies quite a bit. And finally, I guess we have enrichment. This is where we can like auto-close things at scale, because like you said, lots of these things will happen. Like thousands of users will make all sorts of weird, like what we think is weird anomalies in a log, and now we would end up like not being able to investigate all of them, we would come up with criteria of like how can we determine this is false positive, like really like confidently, and codify all of these and put that into the detection as well as enrichment, and then auto close as much of this as possible. So the only thing that gets surfaced to the queue is mostly like high fidelity detections. Anyways, I will.
Time or can I respond to the other one?
We can have one or two more questions.
Just to answer the second part of that one really quickly, actually. Sorry to just interject real quick. I think like the trade-off between like consolidation and siloing of identity providers is like, there's also another angle of like business requirement, because some stuff, you can't have in certain regions or whatever it might be. I think first of all, if you have like sharded, you have to prioritize them. Like typically I would say like look at the things that are known in the wider world first, right? If things can procure credentials to the wider world that is well understood as an attack vector, like I'd probably look at those first. Internally is also equally as important, but like there's a higher bar to meet, so maybe get around to those eventually, but not right away. On the kind of like siloing versus like distribution problem, I think, siloing makes it easier, but then you have to look at, really all it does is shift the complexity from many systems into the specific subcomponents of one, and then you have more subcomponents in one than you did in the others. It's just a different kind of complexity. You often have to have more knowledge across more things in the sharded sense of the model, and have a lot more in-depth knowledge about the latter, which I don't have an answer for you. Basically, it's a trade-off at the end of the day. Thanks, though. Yep. Hi.
Hi. Given limited resources, where would what's the best way to start? What's the lowest hanging fruit here, do you think?
Can we give it a go? I can give it a go now.
Wow. For me, like maybe Troy has something different in mind, but like if you have unlimited amount of resources, make sure you get access to as many data points as possible. That's usually quite hard, way harder than people would imagine, I think. Yeah, managing stakeholder relationship, and a lot of the times the data source comes from like external partners as well, which makes it even worse.
I just turn it all off, just don't let anyone log into anything. No, just kidding. Honestly, I think in limited resources, right, it's prioritize what you're detecting. I mean, it's a similar theme, unfortunately, so it's a bit of a cop-out of an answer, but prioritizing what you need, right? It's like threat intelligence is great here. Like if you know what you're trying to detect, then just prioritize your resources towards those things if you can. That may not always be possible for various nuanced reasons, but typically speaking, when you're looking at, like, you really have to make a decision on if you're going to detect large amounts of low sophistication, high volume, or high sophistication, low volume in the inverse. If you're looking at like a lot of low sophistication attack vectors, then you're probably going to look for a small number of log sources, because most of your data is probably going to land in like your core IDP logs. Inversely, if you're looking for like high sophistication, then you're probably looking at more log sources, but probably not looking as many events per log source. So it's kind of like the point I mentioned before about like log diversity and log specificity. You have to probably have a trade-off between those two things. But that's a good question. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last one. Thank you, Kathy and Troy. Another round of applause.
Thank you, folks.
And we'll start again in 10 minutes with Kenton doing the talk zero downtime credential rotation. Thank you.
Sound check, does sound good? All right, very good. So my name's Kenton, I go by Kent. I work for Viasat. You probably saw us in the news a couple of years ago. We got hit real hard in Ukraine. There was a talk at DEF CON last year from our CISO, but I'm talking about something else unrelated today. This is zero downtime credential rotation, designs and lessons learned. So I'm Kent, I graduated Virginia Tech in 2021, so I'm fairly new to the industry. Go easy on me. I had a paper about container resource fuzzing that I thought was pretty cool, but I'm a security automation engineer at Viasat, and I like to say I get paid to break things before somebody else does. So one of my first big projects was on credential rotation and credential management for one of our newer systems. So let me just run you through a few scenarios that you might want to think about. You recently fired a disgruntled employee who had access to your secrets manager, and you suspect they may have copied some things before they left. Maybe a developer laptop with a bunch of plain text credentials on it was infected with malware, and you think the disk may have gotten owned. Your SOC has detected one of your service accounts being used from an unusual IP in a country you don't operate in. Impossible travel, Google was just talking about that. Or maybe you find out that a third party with access to your infrastructure was breached. You don't know what credentials they had access to because why would you? You trusted them, right? So in all of these scenarios, once you say, oh crap, right, your next move should be, hey, let's rotate some credentials, right? So maybe we go ask our DevOps teams, hey, I need to change all the credentials for your backend system. Let's see what they say. You might get a response like, I can't change that without a system reboot, so I'll schedule that for the next maintenance window. Downtime, possible. That's why this team is doing it in a maintenance window. Maybe you'll hear, I can try to change that, but we might break everything. Is the business okay with that? Those magic words, the business, right? That means downtime is likely. This app isn't going to handle that. And then third response you might get is, why do we need to do that? You're going to take my SLAs for this month. Leave me alone. Downtime is guaranteed. This app is held together by twigs and chewing gum, right? So here's the unifying sentiment behind all of this. Cred changes are complex. Doing complex things introduces risk of downtime, which means loss of money. And the best way to reduce risk is to not do things, I guess. So we should never rotate anything ever. Once we created it, set. No, there's an obvious answer in here is we should be practicing, right? And why don't we just practice? So here's my big idea. Credentials are going to leak. It's a question of when, not if. Didn't we just have the biggest password dump like in history recently? It's only getting bigger, right? Since credentials will leak, you should be able to change them quickly and painlessly. And since you need to be able to change them at any time, you may as well practice frequently. How frequently is up to you. Monthly, weekly, daily, hourly, whatever you want. But the point is you should be able to do it. And the act of practicing will teach you a lot about your system and show you how to improve resiliency. It will teach you things that you didn't even know could go wrong because you're destroying some fundamental assumptions. Anyone who's familiar with the chaos engineering principle, this falls firmly into that bucket, right? Best thing you can do is hire a monkey to just poke things and see what falls apart. Okay, so I'm going to run through some terminology now just about credential management. Again, I'm not talking about humans here. This is all like back-end systems, service credentials, service users, certificates, right? The stuff that holds your system together. You probably have a secret manager, and if you don't, you should. A secret manager is a place to store secrets. Here's 4 very common ones. HashiCorp Vault is pretty good. There's a company called Thycotic that's now known as Delineate that has a product called Squirrel. You might have used that. AWS has one built into AWS if you have a big presence there. Even GitHub has one now for your CI pipelines, right? These are everywhere. They offer encrypted storage. They offer you some logs to tell you who's been accessing your secrets, what, where, and hopefully some controls to prevent them from getting out where they're not supposed to be. Granular access. What are you keeping in your secrets manager? There's 2 main types of credentials. A symmetric credential is a credential that must be known by 2 parties to validate. Typically, that's a client talking to a server. This is an example of a password, an API key, in some cases, symmetric key material, although disclaimer, I'm not going to talk about that because symmetric key material is kind of its own world of management and complexity and how you transfer that across the network. That's kind of a special case, but you might be keeping that in your secrets manager. With symmetric credentials, it's just like a string, right? There's typically no lifetime built in, so a client, if they have one, doesn't know how long it lasts, right? As far as they're concerned, it could last forever, it could change 5 minutes from now. The other type of credential is what we call a derived credential, which are typically short-lived in quotes. I mean, you could make something last a year if you want, right? But these are derived from a symmetric credential. So this is like RFC 7519 JSON web tokens, OAuth bearer tokens, X509 certificates, right? Clients are aware of the credential lifetime. Typically, you don't store these in a secret manager, but you're going to store a symmetric thing in your secret manager that is used to derive one of these, right? You could pass these around a secret manager, probably a bad idea because they have times, right? They expire. The important thing about these is that a client that has one of these knows how long it lasts, if it cares, right? You can crack open a JWT and check the expiration time, same with an OAuth token, or read your certificate, right? It's in plain text. That is not the right slide. I skipped the end. So we're going to go back up to where we're supposed to be. Here. All right, the last thing that you need if you're managing credentials is you need a secret rotator of some kind. This is whatever you use to rotate your secrets. Most likely it's a collection of scripts or API libraries or something, right, that changes the credentials and puts the new one in the secret manager when it's done. Some secret managers have APIs that let you do this, like some of the Vault backends will let you call an API and rotate the credential for you and push the result into LDAP or something, right? Managed cloud services sometimes just do this for you transparently and it all just works, like AWS ACM certificates that you can put on a load balancer. They rotate them for you and you never notice, right? The design of a rotator varies depending on what kind of secrets you have and isn't covered here. I think there's a talk tomorrow where we might talk about some stuff like this, but the important thing is that you have one and it works, right? Okay, so now that you have all of this stuff, here are 3 algorithms for zero downtime credential rotation. If you take nothing else away, these are very simple things that you can put into your apps to make this stuff work. Before we actually talk about the algorithms, I want to talk about kind of the big picture, how these work. So you either have, for credentials, a push model or a pull model, right? So in a push model, when you deploy your app, your deploy pipeline, whatever it is going to read secrets from your secret manager and hold them in memory, right? These secrets are going to get injected into your environment somehow. They either go into environment variables, configuration files, or some, ephemeral storage in Kubernetes or something. Technically, that's memory, right? They go somewhere where your app can read them, right? And they're pretty much static, right? So they're injected into the environment and they don't change from there on after. The app reads them once on startup, and if you want to change them, you got to reboot the whole thing. Contrast this with a pull model where the app environment is provisioned with a mechanism for interacting with the secret manager directly. So your app either has a library that it can use to talk to the secret manager on startup, or maybe it's like a proxy server in your Kubernetes deployment that has a mechanism for reaching back to your vault or something. The point here is that your app rereads the secrets as necessary during operation. Instead of giving it the credentials to start, you tell it where it can read the credentials, and it knows how to read them whenever it needs to. So again, big picture, in a push model, if you want to change creds, you got to redeploy the thing. In a pull model, your app can recover from cred changes automatically, although there are caveats, there's a lot of corner cases you can get into. Okay, so here's strategy number 1. Most people are probably familiar with some form of this. This is what we call a blue-green deployment. So over on the left is the secret manager where we have 2 credentials, which I'm calling blue 1 and green 1. These are, for all purposes, identical. They're separate sets of credentials, but they're valid for the same thing. They act the same way. We're going to rotate them in different times, but that's the only thing that's different. On the right, I have some replicas of an application. It's not really important what these are, but we have this blue 1 credential is used in 3 separate places for this app that's running behind a load balancer, right? So when I decide that I want to rotate blue, which is in use, right, I start by pushing out green. And I can do this bit by bit, right? So since they're both valid, I push out green to the first replica and make sure nothing breaks. That means that green works, right? And I haven't made some fatal assumption I'm going to break my whole app. If it didn't work, I've still got 2 replicas, right? I take my 1 replica offline, figure out what I did wrong, and nothing bad happens, right? So we've already kind of built in a rollback scenario. I push out green again. I don't have to do this immediately. I could wait, but why wait, right? I'm going to push it out. I push it out a 3rd time. Blue 1 is now gone, right? Nobody is using that because all 3 of my replicas are updated. So now I can change 1 to blue 2, right? Nobody's using it. Pros, it's easy to do. It's all segregated. You can do it in pieces, right? You have built-in rollback mechanism. The one thing that's kind of a con here is that it's hard to define when you're done if you don't know how many replicas you have. Or let's say, one of my replicas was unreachable because the network was down or I was having a problem somewhere. I can't rotate blue if I only got 2 out of 3, unless I'm going to kill that replica and everything's okay, right? It puts you into a funny state where, can I finish now? Can I not finish now, right? That credential is being abused like right now. I need to get rid of it, but I'm going to take down part of my system, right? So it can also be slow, right? If you can't do them all at once, you might be there for a while. So that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is fail and retry. So I have a slightly different picture here. On the left, I have a secret manager where I still have Blue 1. I've got my 3 app replicas that are all using Blue 1, and I have some back-end service that also has Blue 1. So this is like an LDAP database or something, right? It doesn't really matter. So in this scenario, I change Blue 1 to Blue 2, and I do it in both places, right? My backend is updated, and my secret manager is updated. Those are synchronized. Now, the thing that's out of sync right now is the apps. So the apps, one of them is going to try to use Blue 1 and fail, right? I've gone to Blue 2. Blue 1 is no longer valid. So what's the app going to do? Okay, well, it failed. It's going to go back to the secret manager, retrieve Blue 2, now try to use Blue 2, find out it works. The pro here is that I didn't need to do anything to my apps, right? They all knew how to read the secrets. They know how to interpret a failure case. They know that the credential rolled over, right? They just have to go get it and try again. They can all also do this asynchronously. If they don't talk to this backend very often, I don't need to force synchronize all 3 replicas. They'll recover when they get around to it, right? And they have to recover in order to keep doing service. Now, astute viewer may note that I said 0 downtime, and technically, there's a failed network connection in here. Do we really count that as downtime? Well, I mean, the network could go down for unrelated reasons, or it could be buffering, or you could have a packet drop or something, right? So I don't really consider this downtime. It's a adverse network condition, almost, in that I needed to refresh my credentials. My argument underlying this is that this should be a normal operation that you can recover from, just the same as if your network blipped, or you had a route switch, right, or you lost your connectivity for a moment. You just come back up, right? So in that case, it's not really downtime. Another caveat here is that, I mean, your application code has to be more complex because you have to tell it how to read from the secret manager. It can't just read a file and be done. And if you're using commercial off-the-shelf code, talk about that later, but support varies, and it's not always pretty. So anyway, this is strategy 2. Strategy 3, probably should have mentioned this. So strategy 1 and 2 are really only for symmetric credentials. That's mostly where you would use those. This strategy 3 is hands down the only thing you should be ever doing for a derived credential where you know how long it lasts. So same setup. I've got my secret manager with Blue 1. I've got my app replicas with Blue 1. My backend this time doesn't have Blue 1 in it because we're using a derived credential. So each one of my apps is going to derive Blue 1 prime. I know the naming convention sucks, but you get the point across. So when I present Blue 1 prime to the backend, it's accepted. And I can do this for as long as I want. Blue 1 prime has an expiration time in it because it's derived, right? So we're going to wait 75% of the lifetime. That's probably about fair. So for 12 hours, that'd be 9 hours. For an hour, that'd be 45 minutes, whatever. So we set a timer and we wake up, right? With 25% left, at this point, I've already switched over to Blue 2, right? And I've done this asynchronously. So my secret manager is updated. The app, when it's time to refresh, is going to go to the secret manager first before it does anything else and go repull this cred. So now it's going to pick up Blue 2. I can now derive Blue 2 prime while I still have Blue 1 prime, and Blue 1 prime is still valid. I've still got 25% of its life left. So I can try, well, Blue 1 still works, right? I haven't done anything to that. I can now try Blue 2 prime and find out that also works. Great, I just reset my lifetime with a totally new credential. Now I can throw away Blue 1. Done, right? I've replaced it, and I can throw away the derived credential. There's really no reason to not do this, right? I mean, there should never be a problem. If you had some problem where your secret manager had a problem and you couldn't generate Blue 2 prime, you've got whatever 25% of your lifetime is to figure it out. And if you don't figure it out in that time, you have other problems to worry about because something's really out of whack. So, all right. There's 3 pretty basic algorithms, at least we think so. Here's the rough stuff. We took, at Viasat, one of our next generation ground systems, and we had a requirement that we needed to do this frequently. We wanted to rotate credentials very frequently, basically whenever we wanted, maximum of 90 days, you know, whatever you want to set the time limit on. And implementing all of this stuff into a variety of apps with various support for it taught us a lot. So here's the fun part where you can see all the ways that we shot ourselves in the foot. All right, problem number 1. I have these structured as problem and then the lesson that we learned. Problem number 1 is what we called ubiquitous credentials. How many of your service credentials are shared between totally different things? For example, consider you have like a read service account. Client 1 uses it to read from some database, and because it was convenient at the time when we wrote it and it was a Friday and I didn't feel like making another service account, we also stuck it on client 2 that uses it to query information from a totally separate API. Alternatively, let's say I slapped an identity certificate on a box and I have 2 web servers running there that are doing totally different things. It was just convenient to put them on the same box for reasons, right? They're using the same identity cert. If both clients or both apps or processes, whatever, use the same credential, they become inexorably linked, right? They are stuck together forever. And you might not think about that when you did it, but it's going to probably cause a problem later when you rotate the credential. They rotate, and if they have downtime because something goes terribly wrong, that's going to happen together, so your blast radius is increased. And if one client gets compromised, both systems are at risk, right? If I lose service account A from client A and it's also used by client B, my attacker might figure that out, and now they've got 2 for the price of 1, right? This flies in the face of a lot of the least privilege principle that we espouse a lot, but it's convenient to do it sometimes, right? I think we've all done stuff like this. So lesson number 1, granularity is important. Service credentials should always be split along logical boundaries, whatever that is for you. So applications, probably a good idea. Deployment environment, you should have separate for dev, test, pre-prod, prod, however many environments you have. Your back-end system, if they're different, you should have separate credentials. Your RBAC level, if somebody only needs read and all you have right now is read, write, or CRUD, make a new one, right? It's not worth sharing. Anytime you need to make a new credential for a system, you should ask, what is the current blast radius of the credential I already have, and how would sharing it increase risk if it gets compromised, right? Again, this is very basic. It's the principle of least privilege, but as developers, sometimes we get lazy, we cut corners, right? And you'll find this out once you start rotating credentials and stuff breaks in totally random places that you had no idea about. And you get a call from somebody, why did my app break in pre-prod when I rotated a prod credential for a totally different system, right? Here's a picture that I like of a gate that has 6 locks on it, but you only need 1 key to open it. Yeah, I lifted this off of Reddit. This is like a ranch thing that people do when they have lots of people with different keys with different access to stuff, but they all need access to one place. All you need is 1 key to open this, but if somebody loses their key, you only have to replace 1 lock. You don't have to replace all 5. Or 6, rather. Okay, problem number 2. This one's a little bit more fun. Do you know what your client software does if it doesn't have valid credentials? Well, I can tell you what ours did. Scenario 1, retry with no delay. So the client got stuck in a CPU or network-bound retry loop, bashing against the API it was trying to talk to with the bad credential. It didn't even check the case that the credential might be wrong. Wasn't even considered. This overwhelmed the target API, or actually we overwhelmed the secret manager at one point in a self-inflicted DOS attack, right? We DOSed ourselves. Problem number 2. So we fixed the DOS problem maybe, but so we implemented some back off. You can end up with this thing called a thundering herd. So if you have 30 replicas and all of them need to do a refresh cycle at once, right? Maybe they all wait for 1 second and then they try again. And then they wait for 2 seconds and they try again. And then 3 seconds, right? You're just creating a little wave effect, right? Where you just pound, instead of a fully, max efficiency DOS attack, you're just DOSing very slowly over time, right? This is a well-documented thundering herd problem. So yeah, jitter is important when you do time calculations. You always need to add a little randomness to fudge the time so that you don't do this. Here's another, this one's kind of fun. This one's a little bit more insidious. So this was what we called leaky threads. So we had some designs that, especially in like Go or a language that uses like a user space threading model, you just spin off a thread for your connection, right? And assume that it will raise an error of some kind when you have a credential problem, right? If you don't actually terminate that thread once it raises the error, you're just going to leak threads over time. So whenever we would do a credential rollover, we'd have like 20 threads running on connections, right? We would leave all 20 of those still running and then bring in another 20 with the new credential, right? And if we rolled it again, now we would go to 60 or whatever that was, right? So over time, these threads would pile up and they just filled up the network, right? Just boxes got, we were wondering, where is all this traffic coming from? I'm only running 3 apps. It's because one app had like 500 threads in it, right? That weren't doing anything but just spamming credential errors over and over again. So if this sounds like you might have this problem and you've never tried it, you might want to find out because this is bad, right? So lesson number 2 is that WAFs, web application firewalls, are always worth it. You should never assume that your internal clients will behave themselves. If the service that you're talking to is critical, it needs a WAF. Because if an internal client on a fiber link can knock you over, like if you can generate a gigabyte worth of traffic, like, or gigabit per second, like that's insane. You're created a liability for yourself. Because if I'm an attacker and I get inside your network, I don't even need to poke anything, right? If I can just generate an internal DOS attack, you're dead. It might be showing my age, but this is a clip from SpongeBob that I like, where if I were to die right now in some sort of fiery explosion due to the carelessness of a friend, well, that would just be okay. Don't say that, right? Build a WAF. Okay, here's another fun one. Problem 3, lockout events. We've talked a lot about like human credentials today, and typically if you have a human credential and you just spam passwords against an API, you're gonna get locked out, right? The parameters may differ about like how long you get locked out or for what time, right? Or you could do a refresh to change it, but if you have service accounts that look a lot like human users, do you know if their password policy is different than your human users? Because for a while ours wasn't. If that password policy is the same, all it takes is one client with a bad password to lock the account out, and then nobody can use it. And if it's shared in multiple places among like replicas of an app, you've just taken all of your replicas offline, and all you needed was one bad client. In fact, you don't even need the password, right? You just need the username. If your API supports lockout by just having a username, then anybody can do that if they just have it. The username becomes secret, right? So that's kind of insane. A human can do this, right? If I can grab one of your usernames. Oh, if you have a public API that's exposed to the public internet that service accounts can auth to, I don't even need to be inside your network. If I can learn the name of one of your service accounts, I can just spam your API and lock it out whenever I feel like it, right? Ask us how we found that out. I mean, this is an easy problem to fix, right? You just change your password policy for service accounts, but the same general problem applies to WAFs and client IPs that are behind a NAT. So let's say that you have a bunch of apps running on a node and one of them is just spamming an API because it's broken or it's an old deployment or something that you forgot about in a test environment. If that creates enough traffic to trigger a WAF IP block to a service that you're using for legitimate clients, that whole node is dead, right? Because the WAF just blocked the node IP. This is particularly insidious on Kubernetes when you have apps that move around between nodes. So if you have one that's just moving around from node to node and just spamming and locking out the whole node, ask us how we found that one. Okay, so the lesson to learn here is that one bad apple can spoil your bushel, literally. Service account lockout policies can easily be replaced by monitoring and high complexity requirements. Yeah, if you treat your service accounts like you treat humans, you're probably doing something wrong. You probably shouldn't be using service accounts in general, but if you're stuck with them, you're doing something wrong. The NAT blocking problem is a lot harder to fix because, I mean, in a lot of places we don't have anything better than a client IP. So kind of ask yourself, how can you figure out like what's doing it, right? If you get an alert from your WAF that an IP internal to your network has gotten blocked, how quickly can you figure out what it is on that node that's causing that problem? Because it's not as easy as just going to PS, right, and looking at a process listing, right? We've tried that. If you're on Kubernetes, you got to find a pod, you got to reverse your way through a NAT to the pod, and then figure out the pod IP, and then start looking at pod logs. It takes forever. So get good at doing this if this sounds like it might be relevant to you. All right, problem number 4. We talked about secret managers. Do you know what happens if your secret manager has bad data in it? Either because your rotation pipeline broke down or a user decided to put in, haha, funny, I'm quitting, right, into place of your service password or something, right? Or, I mean, here's a worst case scenario. Let's say that your rotator is running, it's updated a password, it's waiting to write it into the secret manager, and the network goes down at the critical moment, right? Where we have the new password, but we can't give it to anybody because we literally can't talk to anybody. I mean, this is an avenue for attack, right? A lot of the time we think about secret managers being compromised or like read out or dumped, but I don't need to dump it if I can just like wipe it or fill it with garbage, right? Eventually I'll crash your system either way. How reliable is your rotator program, right? If you're waiting for a reverse alert from like a customer or like a developer team to say, hey, something isn't working, then you're gonna have downtime, right? So the lesson to be learned here is that for everything credential related, whenever you're gonna rotate anything, you need to have layers of logs and alerts, right? So reverse alerts here are like the final layer of protection for credential related issue. If you waited that long, you've already failed, right? You should be getting forward alerts or events from your rotator. If it knows that it failed, it should let you know. Maybe it should even X matters you because that could be really bad. Your application, if your application is not logging, hey, I tried to use this credential and it didn't work, help, before it retries, right? That's a problem. This should never happen silently. You also probably want some big picture alerts to kind of monitor, hey, what is this credential doing in my system, right? We often think about this for people to see where they're authenticating from and what they're doing, but you should be doing the same thing for your backend system too. After you rotate a password, I mean, you're probably going to see failures, right, of some kind as the apps kind of figure out, hey, this thing rotated, right? I need to refresh the new one. Do you know how many you're expecting to see, right? How long do you see them, right? I mean, what's your stagger window of, if it's more than 12 hours afterward, everything should have recovered. So anything I see beyond that is probably weird, right? Or something that's not recovering. How can you detect if a system is not recovering, right? Can you detect that without even looking at the app logs, just from seeing, hey, this credential just keeps failing from this IP long after it should have? Can I raise the alarm to the DevOps team to go take a look or something, right? Because the security log indicates there's a problem here. This is a picture of like modern tank armor, right? You have your titanium alloy and then a bunch of ceramic and then some more titanium alloy. Like, you should think about your logs for credential related stuff like this. If you only have one layer, the first bullet that hits you is like you're dead. Okay, problem 5 is anybody these days is probably using a lot of commercial off-the-shelf software, and a lot of these for various reasons don't include hooks for what we'd call touchless credential refresh, right? A lot of COTS software is designed around you deploy it and the cred never changes. Some of them, especially more modern stuff I've seen, kind of thinks, especially for like certificates, is like, hey, we put a watcher on the disk to see if your certificate has changed. We'll reread it in. We'll do that every 5 minutes. And so just drop it off on the disk for us and we'll be fine, right? Something like Apache, where like you have to do a soft reload to get it to reload the cert. Apache's fine. It's a wonderful product, but they didn't think to include this, right? You have to reboot it. These kind of assumptions are built into a lot of COTS stuff, and it can make it challenging to use when you're really trying to be robust about credential automation, because you have to start bolting on additional steps. It's like, okay, after I rotate this credential and I push it into the secret manager, I have to log onto this node and do this thing, or I have to write an API to let me remotely reboot all of my proxies, right? Because they don't understand that the credential has been changed or something. And that, in general, I think that's just a relic of kind of assumptions we made a long time ago that credentials don't change very often, right? Or there's no need to keep up with this kind of thing. But dealing with this in COTS is instant technical debt, right? If you have to be writing this like bolt-on code to, hey, I've updated my password, please reload it, right? Like it's just silly, right? At best, it's flimsy. At worst, it's technical debt. Even some stuff that does let you change password, they don't let you tune anything that would be good to tune. Like, how long do you want to back off for? What back off strategy do you want to use? What jitter calculations do you want to use, right? To prevent these thundering herd problems. It's just not exposed. So lesson 5, this is a plea that we made to all of our developers, and a plea that I'm kind of making to all of you, is if you write software for security purposes that interacts with credentials, let this stuff be tunable, right? Assume I'm gonna wanna change every credential at runtime unless there's some critical reason why I can't and I must reboot. If I have the option to change it for like networking or whatever, just let me do that, right? Make it easy. Give me a callback mechanism in your client library that I can use to refresh. Add a file watch functionality you can reread from the disk. Give me options to control back off jitter and retry. Do not hide credential related logs in debug. They belong in warning, error, or critical. The number of times that we've had to turn on a debug log to see that a credential was failing is ridiculous, because debug logs I can't run in production. They produce like terabytes of data, right? These don't belong there. And never swallow errors. There's some applications that will like fail like hundreds of times before they even log an error or let you know, right? Like, you must like let me know, right? If this is me trying to use your client application, you've done something wrong, right? You're failing me. Okay, so I have some final thoughts here. I'm a little bit ahead of schedule, so we'll have time for some Q&A, I think. Credentials are only useful if you can change them. Rotation algorithms are pretty basic to implement. At least I hope I made them seem basic, but they're really hard to get right because there's a lot of corner cases and conditions that you need to worry about. Suddenly you need to worry about, what if the network is down? How long am I retrying, right? Under what conditions do I retry, right? Practice makes perfect, and it requires a collaboration between developers, security, and operations. Hey, if you look at the highlighted letters, there's a buzzword in there, DevSecOps, right? Doing this can turn a DevOps team into a DevSecOps team, right? You make them care about their credentials, and if they don't care, break stuff, right? Break their test deployments and make them care. And finally, right, once you gain confidence and you can start doing these rotations with zero downtime and everything just works, don't stop, right? A lot of the time we look at requirements that say, oh, I need to rotate these 90 days or once a year. Why? If I can do it once a week, why not do it once a week, right? Or, if your developers only want to let you do it in a maintenance window, fight that, right? I want to be able to do it during business hours so you don't have to call me if something goes wrong, right? I'm already at my desk. All right, time for questions.
So hey, thanks for your time. And then back I used to work in a database monitoring role a long time ago. And one of the questions that kept coming up again and again is, hey, IBM Guardium flags this event as a credential failure event, but I'm looking at my application. My application doesn't think about my application doesn't flag this event as a credential fail or a password error. So how do you reconcile, your common definition of what is a bad credential event? Because I know it's up to the, individual monitoring tools to then flag that behavior as such. But then, how do you come up with a common standard of classifying a bad credential event?
So this is actually a really good question. Because we built detections for this stuff, right, to try to understand when a client is recovering and when it's not. The best I can tell you is it took a lot of practice because the numbers change depending on how many replicas of an app happen to be deployed when we do the rotation, right? If we're doing like a weekly rotation and the developer team from last week doubled the amount of apps that they're running, maybe that's 4x the number of credentials, right, that are floating around, like 2 per thread or something like that. I wish I had a magic answer that was like, here's a heuristic you can use, but literally we did it a bunch, saw what the numbers looked like, saw what was normal, right? And then figured out, okay, here's the line in the sand, let's build a detection around that. So we said anything that's significantly higher than this, basically we have 2 types of alerts. We have a threshold alert that if we see way too many failures in a very short time period, that means that a client is broken and is in DOS mode, and we need to go get that now. And then we've got a separate failure that we check for what we call persistent misconfigurations, which is like something didn't update, but it's not causing enough trouble to disrupt the network. So we have a different alert that looks back over the last 2 days and was like, did anything fail at least once an hour for 6-hour buckets, right? We built a thing to kind of do queries like that, and it turns up broken deployments and pre-prod and stuff as different from a failure event. And if the threshold alarm triggers and then triggers again, we know that as a cue to go look into it. I hope that answered your question. Yeah.
Great talk, man. Don't even know where to start. Really enjoyed it. Curious to see if you actually had to deal with incentivization to get, I guess, the DevSecOps reality to really happen in terms of, did money, if we cut the BS, have to become part of the conversation for the DevOps side of the house to be properly incentivized to take the security requests in tow, I guess?
So I'm actually pretty pleased. The culture at ViSat has been, I think, pretty great about this, but we did have to quote unquote grease some palms in the form of I wrote a lot of this stuff myself, right? We wrote a ticket, had a hard time getting it prioritized, especially for inner source stuff for libraries that people work on sparingly. It was we just had to step in and write it, and then just once we had it written, the teams were pretty open to implementing it, right? And helping us tune the algorithm and help us find out where we did stuff wrong, and it kind of rolled from there. But we've gotten a lot better about it, but we did need a burst of developers to kind of get it going.
Hi. Here. Great talk, by the way. This way.
Yes. Sorry.
So my question was, maybe it's partially answered by your earlier comment around detections, but how do we prevent an internal CrowdStrike event with a bad change going out, a bad credentials being done as part of the rotation? How do you see that happening?
Practice. Practice makes perfect. So I mentioned these DOS events and stuff, right? We also had scenarios where we just desynced the secret manager. I can think of one where we had a network condition where we tried to rotate the password and it got lost coming back. So we tried to rotate it again, we retried, and then the first one came back. So we wrote the first one in, but the request had already gone out to change it again, so the second one just vanished into the ether, right? So there's almost no way to stop that, right? Unless you have a rollback mechanism like, HashiCorp Vault or something lets you like roll back a version. So once you figure out what's going on, you should have a button to go backwards. If you've already updated your LDAP store, you're stuck. You just need to redeploy. So you kind of fall back to basic DevOps principles of I need to be able to redeploy really fast. I should be able to do reboots really fast if I'm not going to do a full redeploy. Your detection should catch this stuff. And the app teams, if you're not warning them, they should be coming to you, right? We shouldn't be waiting for a customer to tell us something is broken. The app team in the middle, the Sec DevOps team, if you will, should also catch that and come let us know, hey, critical problem, what did you do recently? We actually built dashboards, because to a certain extent, a lot of the automation, like our rotator, like my team runs that on behalf of other teams, and we don't always watch it necessarily because it just works, but we built dashboards for all of the teams that just post the data. Here's all the credential stuff that we've done for you recently, and we kind of train them. If they see a problem they suspect is credential related, first thing they go to is that dashboard, and if they see that something happened recently, they call us immediately and say, hey, help, right? So.
How often do you verify that the app asking for something from the secrets manager knows the old secret? In other words, I want a new secret. I prove to you that I'm a legitimate app by giving you the old secret. Do you guys find that necessary?
No, so in general, the connection to the secret manager is a totally separate credential from the credential that is being consumed by the app, right? So we do monitor that, like aside from the secrets that are in, like in our case, we use a lot of Vault, right? So aside from the secrets that we have in Vault that are being consumed, we also watch Vault for weird events of apps that are not authenticating to Vault properly or constantly failing to log into Vault or trying to read paths that don't exist, right? Or reading a path over and over again when they probably don't have a reason to. We have stuff to flag all of that and, again, poke the DevOps team and say, hey, what gives? Like, are you doing this on purpose? Do we have a broken deployment, right? Thankfully, almost all of this has been constrained to like non-prod environments for us. By the time stuff got to prod, it's actually been pretty well behaved, which has been very good. Fingers crossed.
Hi.
Yes.
I'm a DevOps engineer, regularly hanging out on the security side of town. So most of the things that I do with my team is kind of DevOps as a service. So how would I win over the hearts and minds of the developers to be able to, for lack of a better phrasing, take care of their SH, and just do what they need to do with all of your, that last thing where you've got that plea, the call out for the developers. How do you win over those hearts and minds?
So I'd say the kind of, the formula that's worked for us is, there's this idea of like the security dragon that like guards the gate and says, I won't let you to prod unless you do X, Y, and Z. You have to use that very occasionally when there's like a very blatant like crypto violation or like critical vulnerability. But for all the kind of squishy stuff in between, right? You got to meet with the developers on their level and say, how can I help? Do you need me to write the code for you? Do you need me to sketch the algorithm? Like, can I help you write the pipeline to help test it? Can I supervise the tests, right? I'll stay on call with you, right? Like when we try this for the first time, right? Work with the constraints that they've got, but also I think push them to be better. It's almost more of like a quest for excellence than it is just like meeting the bar. The bar would be, maintenance window, I can change my creds and I'm done, right? The excellence is let's build confidence, let's do this at any time and understand how to respond, right? And that last bit, that's what really scares people is, hey, my credential changed out from under me, right? I don't know what to do. Who do I call, right? How do I recover, right? And we've written like pages and pages of docs about either how to get a hold of us, how to handle it yourself, how to interpret the alerts that we're giving you, right? And over time, things have gotten better because not the tribal knowledge, but the organizational kind of key, right, builds up about how to handle this stuff and that we should be expecting it, right? And then the excellence kind of, it's a snowball effect, I feel.
In one of your slides, you said implement a file watch. File watch doesn't really work well in a containerized environment, especially like for some implementations like Spring. So you usually have to pull for like the file updates and see if the file has changed. Have you gone around it, or what's your experience with this?
No, the polling. In the containerized environment specifically, I've seen a couple of approaches to this. So like we have a like a sidecar model. I could do like probably different stuff on certs if you want to talk about that, but a very basic way to do this if you're not interested in like a full-blown framework like Cert Manager is implement a sidecar that uses a like a shared memory like mount to pass files between, and then just have both sides kind of poll it every once in a while. Again, like how you configure those parameters are up to you, but I understand where you're coming from about certain frameworks make this harder, right? And that's where you have to kind of bolt on like custom stuff, and it's just, you just got to try to keep the technical debt down as low as you can. Well, maybe, you know, if you have a refactor coming down the line, right, that makes it easier, you know, just make sure that that's at least on the list of requirements when you're thinking about, you know, your next redesign or refactor or what.
So this is not a question, but a follow-up to your question. If you store a certificate as a secret in Kubernetes, you can trigger on that event to reload the application. That's at least what we did.
You two should talk to each other.
Yeah, certificate management in Kubernetes is a whole ball of wax. Just make sure you have your authenticator configured correctly for your domains.
A last question for Kenton before we go for break. No more questions. One comment. Okay, we'll do one comment if that's okay.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. Everyone has a hard time getting the business involved in security. If you can get your board on into the mode of security, then you can ask them to make sure everyone below the CEO has it on their performance review that they do their work securely. And then they will come to the security department and ask for help. That's my suggestion.
Microsoft just did that, right? Like C-suite, C-suite pay is like now tied to security performance because they have too many critical cyber attacks, right? Like everyone should be doing that. Oh yeah.
I have to be honest as well. During your talk here, you know, several times it's a thing about time and, you know, short-lived credentials and stuff. I just saw some research coming out. I think it was from academic research from, I'm not sure, maybe it was Germany. But they had been looking into GPS and systems using GPS because GPS doesn't only send you your position, it also sends time. And they have found out that, well, in most systems using GPS and GPS time, there is a built-in protection for you cannot turn time back. But there's no protection against turning time forward. So they have figured out there are quite a few airplanes and the systems on them. They are using GPS, both for position and time, and they also rely on certificates. So they said that if you can just stay outside McCarran Airport and do GPS spoofing, you don't have to care about location, just spoof time and put time like 1 year into the future, there won't be a single plane leaving that airport for quite some time because you have to update firmware by connecting all the systems physically. So have a nice flight back home, and thank you, Kenton. So it's going to be a 1 hour and 15 minutes break, and then...
something spooky I'll do for you. I'm just wondering if there's something. I'm just wondering if there's something spooky I'll do for you. I'm just wondering if there's something.
guy has some experience, and I asked Jeff late last night, and he told me that he started cracking passwords in 1990. Raise your hand if you were born in 1990. Or earlier than that. Yeah. I've been around for some time. So I'm looking forward to this, and Jeff, passwords 101. Is the mic on? Now I will turn it on. Give him a round of applause. Yeah!
Go. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So if anybody has any questions, ask me now. Don't save them to the end of the talk. It just drives me crazy because people forget questions and stuff. So somebody said to have an About Me page. I have an About Me page. I'm not going to read it. You guys can read it. I've done a lot of stuff, mostly software, some cybersecurity. Everybody got that? So, tools. There's two big tools. There's John the Ripper and there's Hashcat. They both have really good features. They both are super awesome. I use them both a lot. In my experience, I did much better with Hashcat and GPU accelerated password cracking. With John the Ripper, I was having a little bit more trouble making that work. Let me switch glasses. So, with John the Ripper, there seems to be a lot more updates there, generally of a less formal nature, but they're constantly under development. I got very good support from the community that when I ever asked a question. The custom rules is going to be important. I'm going to get to that later. And so it doesn't really parallelize so well unless you do the magical things, the command line, to make it work when you have only a few passwords left. With Hashcat, it's really an awesome tool. It is highly optimized to work with GPUs. It tends to work very well. The rule syntax is not as sophisticated as the John the Ripper rule syntax, and I'll get to that in a minute. And there are reasons, there are philosophical design decisions, and neither one is good or bad, but I like terse rules. So if you go somewhere and you see, like, here's a bunch of rules, you have to find out if the rules are for John the Ripper or for Hashcat, because one won't work for the other one. So word lists, everybody's got them, everybody says that they're the best. Most of them are junk. Most of them are really, really bad. The one that I really like the most is RockU, but I've got probably 50 different word lists. I needed to make tools to parse these things. Some of them had non-ASCII characters, some of them had incredibly long lines, some of them had completely random junk. And so you've got a file that's a couple gigabytes in size, and you've got to somehow make sense of it, which is not very easy to do. So I had to write some tools of my own to do that. But if you want a really good one, the RockU 2021 is a super awesome list, extremely high quality. There might be better ones out there, but that's the one that was my go-to list. So, custom word lists. So again, since some of these are really long, so a password in GES is limited to 8 characters. So if you've got a line that's 1,000 characters long, it's not a password, and it's probably junk. I wrote most of the stuff in Python short. We'll take a big file and just truncate the first few characters. There's sort, which before GNU sort could do offline sorting, you were limited in how big things you could sort. And when you want to combine different word lists, you really have to sort them to merge them together and make sense of things. Sometimes they don't sort them. Sometimes they have the most common words at the beginning, which makes really good sense if you're in a rush, but not when you want to manipulate multiple word lists. So I have multi-merge, which will merge any number of files. Simple sample just grabs a line every so often just to give you an idea of what's in a file. So when you've got a billion lines, you're not going to read them all because you just can't. I wrote other programs. I have line length and I have count. I also have a thing which does substring. So if you have a 1,000-character line, you can grab like the first 8 characters, and then you can shift over and grab the next 8 characters, and you can take subsamples of everything. And that didn't work out too well for me, but it's a tool that I wrote, and I use that well. So some of the standard tools, GNU sort, super awesome. Now that it can work with more than physical memory, it will just make temporary files, and it'll just keep on chugging along. Unique will take repeated things and squish them down till you only have one of them. COM will give you things in one file that aren't in another file, which is very handy. And the one true editor, Emacs. So with Emacs, you can edit multi-gigabyte files. You can make sense of them. You can display things. I know some people don't like Emacs. You're all wrong. In the context of editing word lists and password files, I've yet to find a text editor that does a better job. So, hashing speed. So NT-Landman is the current Windows hashing algorithm. It is very quick. And quick is good because it doesn't use a lot of CPU resources, and so you can do lots of passwords attempts very quickly. On the other hand, from a security standpoint, fast is super terrible. So MD5 is actually slower than NT-Landman. There's Landman, which is the predecessor of NT-Landman. I think that was used with Windows XP and earlier. I could be wrong. DSCrypt is the one that I use. So these are all relative speed. So you can see it's like a lot slower. So for modern algorithms, you've got SHA-1, you've got scrypt, the WAP2, and you have bcrypt. Bcrypt is probably what's used by most Linux implementations now. It is very, very secure. It is very, very slow. And it has, I think, 128 bits of salt by default, which makes it very, very secure. So salt. In 1979, the Unix guys put 12 bits of salt in their passwords. Does everybody know what salt is? Anybody not know what salt is? All right, very good. So let's say you have your password, and your password is password123. And let's say he's got the same password. His password is password123. So if you just, what's that? I'm sorry. So if you're just using some encryption function, his password and my password encrypted would be the same. So that's bad because if you break my password, you have his one automatically. So what Salt does, they sprinkle this into the password. It's a little bit more complicated. They sprinkle it in, that's why they call it Salt. And in the case of Linux in 1979, they had 12 bits of random entropy. So the chance of his password and my password having the same encrypted form is 1 and 2 to the 12th. But that's 4,000. So that makes things a lot better. So you can have 4,000 people with the same password, and you might get a few collisions in there, but it makes things much more secure. So again, this happened in 1979. In 1980, Unix added a lot more salt to 48 bits. Bcrypt's got 128 bits. Argon's another cool thing. So DSCrypt uses that. So the bottom line, NT-Landman today from Microsoft does not use salt. So this is not a new idea. Don't ask me why they don't use salt. So the thing is, if my password's password123 and his password123 on a NT-Landman thing, we're going to have the same encrypted thing. So you say, who cares? Well, people pre-compute lots and lots of passwords. And you can either have pre-computed things or you can have something more complicated called rainbow tables. And when you don't have salt, it's economically viable to pre-compute all this stuff. So let's say you have a dictionary of 1 billion passwords, and each password is 8 characters long, so that's 8 gigabytes. So that's not a lot. So if you want to have the encrypted form, let's say it's 8 gigabytes of data. But see now, if you have Unix's 12 bits of salt, that's 4,000 times bigger. So instead of 8 gigabytes, you have a lot more. Somebody help me out. Many terabytes of data. So 8 gigabits, you're going to put on a flash drive. It's real easy. But with the modern algorithms with 128 bits of entropy, that's a shit ton. And there's no way you're going to be able to pre-compute that and store it. It's just completely non-feasible. But with Windows NT-Landman, you can do that. And so people do that. And so that makes, so if you look at the encryption speed, NT-Landman is really fast, and there's no salting. So maybe this made sense in 1960, but it's not 1960 anymore. Somebody should probably tell Microsoft that. I don't know why they're not doing it. Again, this is 1979. That's what, 44 years ago, 45 years ago. So this is not a best practice. This is not a standard practice. This has been a standard practice for several decades. Don't ask me why they don't do it. So my DS dump, I had 1,576 passwords. So the interesting thing about DS crypt is you're limited to 8-character passwords. That's a stupid thing, but in the context of the 70s and 80s, it made a fair amount of sense. So I decided I wanted to break every password. It took me 5 years, which is a lot longer than it would take me to do it again today. So using John the Ripper and using my, and using no options at all, this is how fast you can get passwords. So realistically, I got 1,000 passwords in 22,000 seconds. So that's like 2/3 of them. So if you want to break into a computer and you've got 2/3 of the password, you're probably going to get some administrative privilege access by then, probably long before then. So only somebody with no life is going to break all the passwords because it's a stupid thing to do. But I decided it was time to do that.
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby. But the fact is that John the Ripper is very, very good and very, very fast, and it has very, very good default dictionaries. And this is fast. I mean, look at this. 537 passwords in 126 seconds. That's 2 minutes. So that's 1/3 of the passwords. So it's incredibly good at finding passwords. So I was using this version, and these are several different dictionaries that I use. There's the small RockU dictionary, it's 139 megabytes. There's the weak past dictionary, the RockU 2021, which is pretty big, 98 gigabytes. And you can get quite a lot of passwords. So with RockU, I got almost 1,000 passwords. That's without any rules or anything, I just let it go. So there's this option called prints. I'm not going to go into what it is. It's probability infinite chained elements. It's a very good tool to use to break passwords. It's beyond the scope of a Password 101 talk, but if you're actually breaking passwords, look into it. It's supported by both Hashcat and John the Ripper. Very, very good thing. There's other options, but this is probably your first go-to option when you're breaking passwords. So, my hardware. I have a 64-core AMD EPYC processor, which I bought used. I started this with a NVIDIA 1060. I went to a 1070, then I went to a 3060 Ti. And what I wanted was something that would break a lot of hashes per dollar. And all those made sense per dollar at the time. Nobody's going to go buy a 3060 today. You're going to buy a 4070 or whatever you're going to be buying. But these are the tools that I used. And I also wanted to maximize the performance per price. I also wanted to maximize the performance per watt. So the really fancy graphics cards, the 4090, I don't know how many watts it uses, 500 watts or something. You know, I can cool that, but it's going to heat up the room and it's going to make a lot of noise, and I didn't want to do that. So I picked something that would be a little bit slower, but not melt things. So I went over the word list, the quality was all over the place. So there's basically 2 ways of breaking passwords. Either you have word lists or you use brute force attacks. Word lists are thousands of times more efficient. If your password is in a word list, or you can come up with some permutation using some magical rule, like add a number or $, or change a 3 to an E or something like that, you use word lists. So here's how long it takes to do brute force stuff. All 8-character lowercase takes about 3 minutes on a GPU. 8-character upper and lowercase, 13 hours. So that's a good amount of time. Now we add the lowers, numbers, and special characters, 5.5 days. Now we have all the printable stuff, 80 days. So that's for one password. So you don't want to be doing this when you have 100 passwords that you haven't found. But when things really get bad, you've gone through all your dictionaries and all your rules and all your permutations, it's time for the brute force password attack. No questions? Everybody still asleep? All right, so rainbow tables. Rainbow tables are a time-space trade-off, and it doesn't really work with salts. But it works really, really well for Landman, NT Landman, and MD5. So with the rainbow tables, you can usually get 99 to 99.99% chance of getting a password if it's in the, so a rainbow table is going to say like all lowercase and number things up to 9 characters long. And it's going to be a big file. But when you have the rainbow table and you run the software, it's going to be a matter of seconds to find your password. So this is not going to work with any modern Unix, which is going to have, 128 bits of salt, but this is going to work great for all your Windows systems. So the guys at DEF CON have the data duplication village. You give them a hard drive that's either 6 or 8 terabytes, and they load you up with rainbow tables. So go buy yourself some hard drives, load them up with rainbow tables, and start your hashing or your password hash cracking. It's an extraordinarily effective thing to do. But again, with salting, with the old DES script, you'd have to have 4,000 times as big a file. So instead of a terabyte hard drive, you would need, a 4,000 terabyte hard drive, which probably doesn't exist anywhere. Yes?
Why are they called rainbow tables?
I don't know. Does anybody know?
No, but I believe that there was the early papers that talked about this technique. They kind of explained, I remember just like glancing through it, and they explained why they called it a rainbow table.
Yeah, there's an academic paper from Philip Orsted who sort of invented this stuff. I can't remember the paper now, but there is an academic paper explaining the concept. So maybe you will find the answer in there.
But it is a well accepted name, and I don't know why it's called that. I'm sure some smart person had a good reason for it.
You're like rehashing every color of the rainbow and making an index.
Sure.
Yeah, that
But
works.
it's ridiculously fast. I had an old Landman machine. I think it was a Windows XP machine, and it was like 30 seconds and it found all the passwords. It was just ridiculously fast. I mean, it just, years versus seconds. It's not even funny. So here's some password statistics. This is with my data dump of the 1,500 passwords. So we have the lengths. Most of them, 49% were 8 characters long. There were a bunch of shorter ones. Then we have the character strings. We have all lowercase, 60%. It's a good amount. And we have a whole bunch of mix of stuff. We have different string classes. I just thought this was a useful thing. I don't see a lot of this being published with the password statistics. So I thought this was cool stuff. So obviously if you're going to start breaking passwords, you're going to do brute force, you're going to start with all lowercase because you got 60% of people doing that. And it's all a game of statistics. So now we get to the weird passwords. So when people were using this stuff, they had big computers. They had like VAX 8650s and stuff, and people would telnet into it. This is days before SSH. So if you typed a password, it would have to go through telnet unmolested. So I had a tab character. So there's standard character classes of uppercase and lowercase and numbers and specials and all that stuff. None of them have tabs. So you have to make a custom character set and have a tab in it. So I had a control character here. Oh, so there's my custom character set. So control characters, I had a control R. And there's another password thing I'm going to talk about later on that had a control W. So the control characters were really quite vexing because I did a brute force attack and I didn't find the password. And I said, well, I've exhausted, I've gone through everything. How could it not be there? The answer is some clever fellow put in a control R. So if you want to make a password that's super hard to break, put in a control character. Obviously you have to make sure it's going to be accepted by whatever password tool you're using. But I have never seen any standard rule list or any standard character list that has control characters in them. Has anybody ever seen that? You have a question?
So, yeah, so how prevalent is something like this?
It's not very prevalent. So again, I had one Control R, one tab, and another very small password thing. I had a Control W. But I decided I'm going to get all the passwords, and you know, you do an exhaustive search. Say I've done everything. You say, what's wrong? Has my computer broken? And the answer is no. You're not looking in the right place. And the right place is some clever fellow put a Control R in there. So I'm gonna get to the rules about this. I think it's on the next slide. All right. So I asked the John the Ripper mailing list. I said, how can I do a substitution? I'm sorry. Question. Yes.
No, just to add something. There in Unicode 15.
Say that again.
In Unicode 15, there are 150,000 characters that you can use as passwords, including anything. Any
Fair
special
enough.
threats.
So DSCrypt works basically with 7-bit ASCII. So this is very old school.
Limited. Yeah.
But in today's world, you have to worry about people doing all kinds of things with all kinds of different dictionaries, which makes the world much more complicated and difficult to deal with.
Including emoticons.
Including what?
Including emoticons.
Emojis.
Oh yeah, and people keep making new emojis. So that's the difference between DSCrypt and modern stuff. I actually saw a paper of somebody that was looking into an IoT camera currently, like last week, and the camera was using DSCrypt for its encryption, and this is something you buy today. So this is not completely dead. Some embedded people are still using this. So this is not only of historical interest. Anyway, so with John the Ripper, I asked how can I insert a control character in the first position, the second position, all the way up to the 8th position. And this is the magical rule. I can't explain what it does, but it actually works. And the second thing is how can I do a substitution of this? So the problem is, if you do this with John the Ripper, these are the 2 lines. And the first thing in the square brackets is the comment. If you do this with Hashcat, you need 32 times 8 lines to get the same rule. Now, you can obviously generate those lines, but it's going to be a lot more verbose than with John the Ripper. But Hashcat can absolutely do this. So this is what I use to find those control characters. I use the insertion and the substitution along with the Rocky 2021 dictionary. And you know, in like 10 or 15 minutes, it went through the whole dictionary and all these permutations because there's 32 times 8 permutations in there. And that's how I found my passwords, because these people that use these weird words, one of the passwords was songbirds, the S was capitalized and the R was a Control R. The other password I'll get to later was chess whiz, where the W was a Control R. So they just substituted a printable ASCII character for its equivalent control character. So if I would have had to do a brute force attack of all this stuff, I'd probably still be doing this. But these are the rules. I asked the John the Ripper guys. They gave me an answer. It worked. I found passwords. So I was very, very happy with that. So now we get to the 1980 BSD Unix password dump. Somewhere, I think it was on archive.org, somebody found a bunch of BSD files, including the passwords. And these are live passwords. So DSCrypt was deemed to be so secure that they made the password file world readable. They didn't have shadow passwords, so anybody could read the password file. So the way I found this password file, I just read it. I didn't do anything illegal, immoral. It was world readable. I had world access. I read it. So the BSD password dump, I don't know how it got out there on the internet, but it got on the internet. And people cracked most of the passwords. So it was Bill Joy's password was chess whiz. So the Control W, that's the, I'm sorry, Control W. That was his password. And I'm sure he has better passwords by now. Ken Thompson's password was this weird thing. It's a chess move with the P's and the exclamation marks. So, yeah. And Stephen Bourne's password was his last name. I find that a lot. I find that a lot. So Hashcat strips away all the information from the password file and just has the hashes. John the Ripper has some context like the person's name. And the first thing it tries is the guy's stupid enough to use their first name or last name or something. This happens. It's a real thing. I'm just telling you what I found. So here's a list. I'm sorry. Well, so here's the statistics on the BSD passwords. And I think there was something like I don't know what, like 20 passwords in something in that rough neighborhood. But it's interesting statistics. Here's the actual passwords. These are all of them. They were all found except the Chess Whiz. I actually broke that myself using the John the Ripper rule with the, I tried some brute force attacks which didn't work. Other people had done that too. And then I tried the one throwing in the control characters. And because Chess Whiz was in some dictionary, it did a substitution of a control W, boom, popped out. So I found all the BSD passwords from this particular password dump. So how do you defend against this? I mean, if you can't defend against it, you're screwed. So two-factor authentication is probably the best, strongest way. So I have a YubiKey, I have a smart card. You know, if you have a cell phone, there's fingerprints, there's Face ID, there's a bunch of stuff. The cell phone guys want their phones to be secure, whether it's Android or Apple stuff. I know there's ways of getting around all that stuff, but they're reasonably secured. It does act as second factor of authentication. You can use cryptographically strong password. That's what I do. So I generate passwords. This is the output of my password generator. By default, they're 20 characters long. They have 129 bits of entropy. Obviously, I don't memorize them. I have a password manager. But if you have some tool that can break my 129 bits of cryptographically random passwords, go for it. But in modern terms, you need to have something that's cryptographically strong and random. It's got to be long, and you're probably not going to be able to memorize it. Maybe you guys can memorize, 10 or 20 of these things, or 100 of these. I sure can't. That's why I have a good password manager. There's a bunch of ones out there. I personally use KeePass. I don't trust anything that's stored in the cloud. If it's stored in the cloud, it's not your computer. Don't do that. So with GPUs, you can actually undervolt them and underclock them, and you can save roughly a third of the power. It's a very good thing to do. There's a tool called MSI Afterburner. It works very well. It was developed by some guy in Russia, so it hasn't been updated in a while because we got some political turmoil with the Russian folks. But it's a good tool. There are probably tools on Linux that do the same thing. But if you're saving a third of your power bill, that's a significant amount. The other thing is your GPU will run cooler, which means it's going to last longer. So it's a bit fussy because you have to iterate. Eventually, the thing's going to crash, and you have to crank the voltage up a little bit more. But within half an hour or less time than that, you can get it running at a stable point where it'll work and use a lot less power. And this is a reference from the John the Ripper guys on some recent stuff that they did. It's just one reference. There's a billion references out there for password cracking. And here's the dictionaries that I used and how big they are. There's a lot of them. Some of them are good. So this is not the size of the file that I downloaded off the internet. This is the size of the file I downloaded and then processed and I was using personally. So the file names I didn't change around except I added the .dic at the end. There are more password files out there. There are probably better ones. There are certainly a lot worse ones out there. And that's it. Questions?
Hello? Is that working? Yeah. So I have a question.
Sure.
I've always thought that I could take my lousy password and make an MD5 hash and then use the hash as my password. And that way I can always recover it.
That's an interesting idea.
Okay.
Obviously, if somebody knows what you're doing, that's not going to work too well. So the thing is, with common MD5 hashes, you can literally cut and paste them into Google, and it'll tell you the plain text of your MD5 hash. But if somebody doesn't know what you're doing, that sounds like a cool thing to do. It sounds kind of brittle. I mean, I wouldn't use it for, nuclear missile secrets or something. But for your personal files, it sounds great.
More questions?
Please. Yes.
So just to be clear, you yourself use this password generation tool, and then you store your passwords in, I forget the name of the tool.
Yeah.
You use a password manager, and that's your strategy for...
That is my personal strategy. Because look at these passwords. Maybe you can memorize one of them. maybe you're a good guy. If you want to have a different password for every place you log in, which is the standard practice, you know, you're going to have 100 or 200 different passwords. I can't memorize 100 or 200 of these. And so that's why I have
Thank you.
cryptographically strong password. And I decided I'm going to go with 20 characters. So the thing is, when you have something on the internet, let's say it's Facebook. So you don't know what algorithm Facebook is using. Maybe they're using something really strong. Maybe they're idiots and storing stuff in plain text. So if you use the same password in Facebook as you're using for Gmail, you know, and one of them is using some bad algorithm or in plain text, and people do store stuff in plain text. You know, if your Facebook account gets compromised, I'm just using them as an example. I don't think they're storing stuff in plain text. Then you're really screwed. But if every account has a unique password, only that one account gets screwed. If they have a data breach or bad things happen, or they have an insider that's, you know, doing bad stuff. So you're limiting your exposure by having a unique password for every different thing you're logging into.
We had Jeremy Gosney here 2 years ago doing a lightning talk about password stuff. He's the guy who have been helping me out organize PasswordsCon here for many years. And in his lightning talk 2 years ago, he talks about, you know, well, reasons for why, you know, password strength and your passwords doesn't really matter that much, because there are 1,000,001 problems in the world regarding passwords and where you use them, how you use them, and so on. And he said that, well, you don't know how different services are storing your password. They might just as well be storing them in plain text. And you don't know if their administrators will get compromised, and through that they will be able to extract password hashes and so on. So Jeremy Gosney made actually a point out of the fact that maybe the most important thing you can do is to use absolutely unique passwords for every single service, so that if one service gets compromised, there's no way they can reuse that password to gain access to other accounts. But if your password is really short, if it's really long, doesn't really matter, because you do not know how they store your password, as an example, which is a pretty good point. And I made a small interview with him that you can also find on the YouTube channel for PasswordsCon. So it's worth listening to that one as an example, because he has many good points in that one.
There have been real breaches where people store passwords in plain text.
Yep.
I mean, and some ones, they use MD5 some, or they use something really weak. So you want to think that everybody's doing something super awesome, and probably 2/3 of them are, but probably 1/3 of them aren't. And you don't want to get swept up, you know, by some bad person or bad actor, compromised system, and use the same password in different places. Because one of them might actually be used in something important, and that would really suck.
But you also said, Jeff, you know, you found that there was one password in that dump that you cracked yourself with the Control R character.
The chess whiz.
Yeah, and then you mentioned something about, you know, cracking passwords as a hobby, and you spent 5 years on this stuff, and you said also something about not having a life. So I'm really curious about, you know, how did you come up with the idea of testing control characters and so on? How did it come up?
I had done a brute force attack.
Yeah, and you tried everything.
Uppercase, lower, numbers, special, and the tab, and I didn't find the password.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I've done my job. My computer works pretty well. I didn't find the password. Therefore, the password must contain something I haven't tested for. And I said, maybe it's one idiot used a tab. Maybe somebody's using some control characters.
Yeah. And these were Descript, so they were probably most probably there were no emojis in there. So
yeah,
you can leave that one out.
It's still 7-bit ASCII. Yeah. So I had another program I wrote which basically transformed 8-bit ASCII down to 7-bit ASCII. Or it would, like, you know, prune out lines that had 8-bit ASCII in them. Because I didn't even care about, if a file had something or a line had something with the first bit set, I said, this is not something I care about. Obviously you care about that today, but for my purposes in DES crypt, I didn't care about it.
Yeah. Any more questions?
I guess this is two questions. One, why do you trust KeePass more than the others besides just cloud computing? And two, Windows doesn't. You said Windows doesn't use Salt. Does it use something else to store the passwords more encrypted?
I believe it just uses NT Landman. That I haven't been breaking Windows passwords lately, but my understanding is using NT Landman today. Is anybody? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So an expert says that's how it's done. So why do I trust KeePass? Well, firstly, I don't trust anything in the cloud, because if it's in the cloud, who knows who's doing what to it? LastPass. That's obviously a good counterexample. But, you know, something that's relatively straightforward, something that's open source, I probably could write my own if I really wanted to. So these password managers, they've got a master password. So you memorize your master password. It's, you know, password not 123 or whatever it is, something hopefully stronger than that. And once you have that, then it basically, you can see all of your real passwords, and hopefully you can cut and paste them into whatever applications you need. And when you're done, you close the program, and hopefully whatever it's stored gets randomized in memory, so stuff's no longer there. There are probably other programs. I use KeePass. Other good programs. There's lots of other programs.
First of all, why should you have to bring up BSD logs again? I thought that was behind us. But anyways, but what made me think about the BSD thing is, okay, so I was guessing last names back then. So obviously there's tools, and I didn't want to bring up AI at this conference, but like I'm sure there's things scraping the internet, scraping social media, so they can actually start using our dogs' names, our children's names.
Sure.
So
But those are
without
gonna be
naming a
dictionaries.
tool, do those
will
tools
be
out there?
dictionaries,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. So it just feeds a dictionary.
So
essentially.
every dog's name, every spouse's name,
Yeah.
every birthday, every, you know, common word found in Wikipedia is probably in some dictionary. But look at Denny Ritchie's password, the one with chess move in it, the P/whatever. It's some cool chess move. That's not going to be in any dictionary. I mean, it will now, but at the time, it's not in any dictionary. So he picked something cool that he could memorize that was hard to guess. And realistically, you're probably going to have to do a brute force attack to get that password. And that's how people got these things.
Way back in 2018, I did PasswordsCon in Stockholm in Sweden, and I had one speaker from South Africa speaking there, and he had done a pretty cool experiment. He looked at sort of like the top 100 most popular common passwords found on the internet, which is, you know, dead easy passwords, so you shouldn't use them. But he had a fascinating idea. He looked at those, and most of them are like English names or words. And he was looking into local languages that you have in South Africa or southern parts of Africa. And he looked for translations of these English words into like Swahili or other languages that they have in South Africa. And for those words or names where he actually found a translation, he wrote it out in Swahili, and then he hashed that Swahili word with the MD5, no salt, and he gave those hashes out to a bunch of password crackers, and he said, here's a bunch of MD5 hashes, unsalted. You will have extreme cracking speeds with these, and these passwords are incredibly easy. They are very, very simple passwords, and nobody were able to crack any of them, because who's got a Swahili word list, right? Or who knows Swahili? So he said that as you know, a sort of like a recommendation, whatever you do, at least do not use English names or words as your password, because the majority of sort of our experience in cracking passwords is really centered on Western alphabet, English, or other languages that are using Western alphabet A to Z as an example. I'm Norwegian. We have 29 characters in our alphabet. We have 3 more letters than US English as an example. But if you can do this in Cyrillic or in Greek or Arabic for that matter, you can make very easy passwords that will be incredibly hard to crack, because again, the majority of academic research and hacker research is really focusing on A to Z English words. So if you want to do a good password, do it in Russian.
But there are dictionaries for different languages. They are far less mature than English. But there's Cyrillic dictionaries and Chinese dictionaries, and probably.
So you will only be a little bit ahead of the current status quo. Yeah. Any more questions for Jeff? No more questions. Then, thank you. Oh, okay, one more. Last one.
So it's kind of a little silly question, but I was just curious. If we have MFA enabled on anything,
can we really just go with the most stupid password, you know, ABC123, because all the strength really rests on MFA?
I did that with Secure ID in 2003 or 4. They really regretted that.
So the RSA algorithm got
No
compromised.
backstop.
I don't know how it got compromised. Maybe it was an insider, maybe it was a nation state. But these little 6-character token things, they got compromised. So I wouldn't say that you need to have 20-character cryptographically strong passwords, but you should have something that's appropriate for what you're protecting. If it's your cat videos, use a 4-character password. If it's your financial stuff, you probably want to have something stronger. If it's nation-state secrets, you probably want to have something that's really, really strong. You have to use passwords that are commensurate with the level of thing you want to protect.
Yeah.
I was telling him that I have smart UPS, and to log into the UPS, you need a username and password. So it's only on my LAN. You know, you don't need anything smart for it. I used to use a 4-character username and a 4-character password, but now it requires something stronger. It's a waste of time. It's my UPS. If you're not on my LAN, you can't see it. So it's pointless to have that security, in my opinion. But not all UPSs are on my LAN. Some UPSs are world readable. So maybe, you know, it's a good idea to have stronger passwords for those UPSs because you can turn computers off that way. But my use case, it's silly.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And we'll be back in 15 minutes. I will be talking about something which is very close to my heart, and that is standardizing password surveys. Because today it is impossible, in my opinion, to compare the results from 2 different password surveys within the same company, on different countries, regions, and so on.
Right.
this is sort of like something which is important to me. I am there, by the way, running PasswordsCon still. And I will be standing behind the microphone and turn it on. I hate being just behind a desk like this. I like to move freely. So back in December 2012, I was doing PasswordsCon at the university in Oslo. In December, we had minus 18 Celsius degrees. I had some friends coming over, as an example, from Texas to Oslo, and it was pretty fun to see them running around in minus 18 outdoors. One of the things that, one of the talks that I had there was actually they don't exist anymore, but it's a government organization back then called NorSys. They were essentially an organization that were giving out advice to small businesses and also to people, you and me in Norway about security stuff. They do exist in a different organization at the moment now. And back in 2012, I asked them if they would be interested in doing a talk at PasswordsCon, and because they were doing an annual survey about cybersecurity in Norway amongst, normal people and small businesses. And Norway, being a country with 4.5–5 million people, a small business in Norway is like up to 10 people. A medium-sized company is 50 people, and a big company in Norway is 200 people or more. That's pretty much a big company in Norway. And they did a survey in the spring of 2012, and at PasswordsCon in 2012 they presented the results. This is the PDF. And having already spent quite a few years, 12 years already, no, 14 years cracking passwords before this talk, I was curious to see the questions and the answers they got. They asked about occupation, which is fair enough, and nothing interesting here. The number of employees in the organization, employment description, regular employee, head of department, project manager, manager, executives, and so on. Moving on, what kind of education do you have? It's interesting just to see if the level of education can influence your choice in passwords, or if it is male, female, or if it is knowledge of cybersecurity or not that will influence your choice in passwords. Now, there exist academic papers also out there that have been looking into this, and there's a distinct difference between, let's say, cybersecurity professionals and pretty much everyone else in choice of passwords and password security. Just like something as simple as using a password manager, there's a difference. They also asked about gender and age, male, female here, and they asked, as an example, total number of passwords, average minimum numbers of private passwords per person, blah, 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 password security. How did you get education on how to make good passwords? Well, no answer, do not remember, other websites, papers, friends, colleagues, at work, when studying. Now, and description of a good password. 10% wouldn't tell what is a good password. 3.6% said, I have no clue on what is a good password. And 86% had an opinion. Now, my point of showing this, because all these years since 2012, I have seen a gazillion and one password surveys from all over the world. Commercial companies, academic research, and so on. And I have never been able to sort of like compare two different password surveys properly because of the way the questions are formulated, the way they are asked. If, I'm a white, privileged, old, fat male, so if I go out on the street and somebody wants to ask me questions in a survey, there is a difference whether there is a young, beautiful woman asking me or if it is some old guy my age wanting to ask me questions. There's also a difference between, do I have to think about answering the question, will you give me 24 hours, or do I have to respond to you in like 5 seconds? As an example, in 10 seconds, don't look this up in your password manager. Tell me, how many passwords do you have? This is a question that you can find in many password surveys. But there's a difference asking you this on the phone as an example. You have to answer within 10 seconds. Or if I give you 24 hours to think about it. And I have been traveling to many different countries. One of my hobbies is to go to cities, visit a cafe and sit down with random strangers. You know, I'm the kind of guy who says, hi, I'm Per. I'm a crazy password researcher, and I would like you to ask you a couple of questions. As an example, I asked the question, how many passwords do you have? And I say, I want an answer from you within 10 seconds. And what I have found, which is pretty consistent, is that at the beginning of my little survey, I asked this question. And at the end, I will also ask, so now, after all these questions from me, how many passwords do you actually think you have? And they usually have at least 3 times more passwords than they said at the beginning of my little survey. People don't know how many passwords they have. And if I go to the next question, how many different passwords do you have? Because the question of how many passwords do you have, I have seen people that will interpret that question in many different ways. It's not a simple question to ask, how many passwords do you have? So how many different passwords do you have? And of course, if you are doing this face-to-face with people, you will probably see quite a few people blush when you come to this second question. Third question, how many accounts do you have? Because a password and an account can be 2 different things. How many accounts do you have? How many accounts do you think you have? And when I ask about how many accounts do you have, I will also ask you, did you include work accounts, banks, payment cards, and customer loyalty clubs in your count of passwords or accounts? Because, yeah, I'm a member of the Virgin Atlantic Fly Me Somewhere in the World Club. I'm a member of Walgreens and Target to buy groceries, and as a member I get a 5% discount. Well, if you are a member of those loyalty programs, as an example, you probably also have an account where you can log in. And I also know back from Norway that a lot of people, they are member of such loyalty clubs, but they have never, ever logged in. And they don't know if it is possible to log in. They don't know if there's a default password for that account that they should change. They just go to the grocery store or the clothing store and they want to buy something. The cashier will ask you, so do you have a membership with us? And the answer usually is, I have no idea. Okay, what's your phone number? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you are a member. Oh, you have, 50 Norwegian kroner that you can use for this. It's a bonus from us. Do you want to use it as an example? And people are clueless that they have this account. And if that account represents $5, $10, or $100 or more in value, people are clueless. That can be stolen. And I used to work as a CISO for a hotel chain for 3 years before COVID. There were a lot of bad guys that would, or girls, that would hack into customer loyalty accounts in order to get free hotel rooms, and they would also be anonymous. So we saw people having, illegal parties, teenagers throwing parties for friends in hotel rooms. So we had no idea who was actually in the room because they were using somebody else's loyalty points as an example. How many customer loyalty memberships do you have? Okay, fair enough. How many of those do you think you have ever logged into? I think this is a relevant question to ask in a survey because, again, in many cases, it's like you don't count those accounts, you never use them, but you still have them, and they can still be a problem for you. Also, in your counting of passwords, did you also include PIN codes? Because PIN codes are just really, really bad passwords. And again, when I ask people, they actually differentiate between a PIN and a password. So maybe I should be asking, do you use passphrases as well? Because some people will say that they will just smile at me. Yeah, no, I don't use passwords. Okay, well, are you using passphrases? Yes, those people actually do exist. Are passwords and passphrases and pins the same thing? Yeah. An API key, yeah, that's actually a password. A cryptographic key, well, it's a password to me. But people don't see them as that. Do you use two-factor authentication? A very common question to ask in a password survey. Do you use two-factor authentication? Raise your hand if you're using two-factor authentication. Okay, excellent, perfect. But do you use two-factor authentication for all your accounts? Raise your hand. So most surveys, if any, are not asking this question. So we are ending up with, oh yeah, it's pretty good. Like 90% of our employees, they are answering, or 100% of all our employees are answering, yep, I use two-factor authentication. And you just rickroll yourself like a lot. You need to ask, do you use two-factor authentication for all accounts? But even with that question, another problem will be the fact that you don't know how many accounts you have. Where do you have them? Have you ever used them? Do you use two-factor authentication for all accounts at work? Because the previous question was that about work or private life. When was the last time you deleted an account you no longer use? Raise your hand if you can remember the last time you deleted an account that you no longer need. Okay, so pretty much everyone. Now, if you go out in the street and ask people that question, it's fascinating to see that most people, they don't think about deleting unused accounts. Because when I've asked people, why haven't you deleted those accounts? It's like, because I'm not using them anymore. They represent no value to me. And if they don't represent any value to you, which is in most cases wrong, those accounts, if hijacked by somebody else, they can be used to trick other people. So instead of being a part of the solution by deleting your old accounts, you will be part of the problem, having lots of accounts that other criminals can use and abuse against your friends. How many old accounts do you think you have deleted since you got your very first account? Let me ask one of the young members of the audience, since you got your very first account when you were, I don't know, starting at school or something, how many accounts do you think you have deleted all the way back since you were like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years? I have no idea, absolutely no idea. But what I do know, and I should probably be better as a sort of a password security professional, but I know that myself, I also have lots of old accounts that I should have deleted, but it's just boring to spend hours, days, weeks deleting them. So one of the things that I've been discussing with colleagues in industry, password cracking industry, about is, are there any ways for us to improve how users can very quickly, maybe automated, delete their accounts for unused services? That's a question for Dashlane, for LastPass, for 1Password, for Bitwarden, and so on. Can we create a standard that will make it much easier to authenticate to a service and then delete your accounts? And also, last question for the audience, have you ever changed password on an account without being told to do that or forced to do it? Now that we have changed the NIST standard from 2018, and the NIST standard says that you don't have to change your password anymore unless it is compromised or we have good reasons to believe that your account has been compromised, I think that that's a good thing that NIST made that standard. PasswordsCon has been really helping out for many, many years to create the new version of the NIST standard that came about in 2018. But I really, really think that a new challenge for us as a security community in the future will be to assist people in deleting old and unused accounts. We are getting more and more accounts that are just laying dormant. When I was working for the hotel chain, I went to the customer loyalty club and I asked them, how long does our users actually stay members of the loyalty club? And the answer was pretty simple. They will stay members in our loyalty club until the day we can no longer receive emails from them. That's, you know, we will have it bounce back. Now, if you know anything about email, there can be many cases where you will never get a reply saying that user does not exist, meaning that we will have loyalty club members that will basically live forever. And I'm an atheist, and I do believe I'm going to die sometime, so that's a problem as well. We will have more and more members that actually no longer exist on planet Earth. So, point of the talk is, I have been talking to psychologists, to all kinds of people doing statistics and so on, and what I want to do, and been working on now for 12 years, is trying to come up with questions that cannot be misinterpreted, and that also has a very thorough explanation on what do I mean by this question, so that we can have a standard open source password survey available on GitHub or wherever that anyone can copy and use in their organization, in their company, or at school and so on, so we can actually compare two different password surveys, because they are asking the same questions the same way across companies, organizations, countries, and so on. And that's the point of my talk. Now, also, just to back it up, back in 2012, when this initial survey was presented, 10 years before this survey was done, I was working for a large organization in Norway, and I cracked the passwords of the internal Windows domain, Windows NT4 back then. I cracked all the passwords, and I generated statistics about those passwords. And since I also had the usernames, the full name, phone number, address, and so on of all the employees and everybody connected to the Active Directory, I could do some pretty interesting statistics. And internally, the security head of security, they also did an annual survey. And one of the questions that were asked is your password in compliance with the written password policy? And surprisingly, approximately 78% said, yes, my password is compliant with the password policy, the one that exists in writing. I knew the written password policy, and I cracked all the passwords. So I could say internally that, no, the answer isn't 78% compliance. It's approximately 8% of the passwords that are actually compliant with the password policy. So I could go back to the people doing the statistics and say, you are completely wrong with your answers. And that's a risk to the organization, and if it wasn't for me and my password cracking, you would be clueless about the risks you are actually facing. And that's why I do not believe in password surveys, at least not all the passwords that I've seen to date. If you are an idiot and I ask you, are you an idiot? You're probably going to say no, because you don't know you're an idiot. And if you are not an idiot, you will obviously say no when I ask you, are you an idiot? And if you ask people in a large organization or small organization, are you breaking the rules? The obvious question will be no. That's why I want to do a survey like this and make it open source so everybody can use it across everywhere. That's it. Thank you.
What do you want to do with the information that we're going to get? Sorry, the question is, what do you want to do with the information you're going to get out of the survey?
Well, I would like to do, I will set up a survey that people can fill out anonymously online. But I would also, my point is not that, I'm interested in the data to do my own research and see how this works out across the world. But if you want to do it with your employer internally, you can just copy it. I'm not interested in learning about your employees, and I'm not interested in making money out of this. So just copy the survey and use it internally, and you never have to reveal any information to me. But if other organizations like yours, as an example, are doing the same survey, then maybe you will be able to see if your users are complete idiots, or if they are, doing passwords the way they are supposed to do passwords, as an example. Because I have seen organizations today trying to compare password surveys to other organizations, and it's wrong. And my personal opinion, of course, most organizations, companies today, they have absolutely no clue how much they are exposed to bad password security, because they are just doing surveys. They don't crack passwords. They don't compare the cracked results to, the kind of statistics that we have.
My apologies, I monopolized the questions. The reason I asked the question, or what are you going to do with that? There is, I'll make a statement, I'll be really careful with it, but I can justify it. So no matter what the password policy is, as we speak, on our organization, and I'm not talking about generating random passwords. So no matter the password policies, length, whatever it is, password crackers can crack more than 95%, let's say 90% of them, within a reasonable amount of time, which is a day. So having said that, I understand this can be used for awareness, I guess. Which is the main thing. When a question is asked, then you get people trying to think about it. But it wouldn't create, let's say, good practices when we tell people how to, or when we suggest to them, why don't you use passphrases? Why don't you use uppercase as your first character? Or why don't you use an exclamation mark at the end, which used to be a suggestion a couple of years ago, so to make a complex password. The reason I'm trying to make it, and the purpose that I'm saying this, is I see there is a value for this kind of survey, for awareness, but we should focus on the end result of, let's see what we're going to do with passwords, because I think we're close to the end of it. And I think you said that 10 years ago. Well, we're close to the end of passwords, but I'm going to be doing password talks for another 10 years, and here we are today. Talking about passwords.
And I have yet to see an organization where the written password policy is equal to the password policy that has technically been implemented in just a single system. And if you look throughout an organization with 50 different systems, you will probably see 50 different implementations of a password policy, and none of them equals the written password policy. It's to no surprise people are angry about passwords. But again, we gotta cut it off there. Next talk is coming in 6 minutes. If you want to discuss this from a linguistics perspective, psychology, or anything else, please feel free to reach out on Twitter, LinkedIn, Signal, phone call, all kinds of channels. Thank you again. Okay, so last talk of the day for the PasswordsCon track. We have Edward, actuator, CV hunting, Wi-Fi routers, OSINT, and the tyranny of the defaults. Take it away. And welcome, and without, again.
All right, so I just want to thank everyone for making it out here tonight. I know this is it's getting late, and this is the last presentation. Fortunately, I only have 20 minutes to torture you guys with. So, all right, and before we get started, I just want to let you know that this is going to go over my methodology. This is not how to get a CVE or even how to do cutting edge research, because this is not cutting edge research. But if you're looking for a CVE, I feel after watching this presentation, at least point you in the right direction. All right, so now in regards to our agenda, there's the staple, who am I, the tyranny of the default, applied open source intelligence, or OSINT, as I'm sure everyone here is aware of, and we're gonna go over some case studies. And this presentation will just go over some vulnerabilities that I found personally. Starting June as of last year, I gave myself I just wanted to find one CVE, and why you should listen to this talk. I am not an expert, but I have found several dozen CVEs, and this is just to go over my methodology. All right, so who am I? I am a security analyst at Sidara, and they're an awesome managed security services provider where they provide MDR, EDR, and penetration testing services. Most importantly, I'm a bug enthusiast. I love insects. I love praying mantis. I raise praying mantis, and that's on the right, you see who I call Lightning Lily, because she had really fast reflexes, but love praying mantis. And if you're interested, I did some previous talks. Earlier this year, I did a fire talk at ShmooCon in regards to Android exploitation, and a talk on Bluetooth reverse engineering last year at BSides Rochester. All right, so now we're going to go over the title, the tyranny of the default. And I'm just going to start off with a quote from Steve Gibson. Security Now is my favorite podcast. They have, it runs every Tuesday, and they provide a wealth of knowledge for going on 20 years. He's the CEO of Gibson Research Corporation, author of Spinrite, and he gets down to the assembly and he knows his stuff. But I'm just going to go over his quote, and from the words of Steve Gibson. I coined the term years ago, the tyranny of the default, which is the sort of expression I like to use for most users that don't go in and change things. They just like to assume that someone smarter than them chose the settings that are best for them. And so they just say yes when asked a lot of questions. From my perspective, this applies to what started this talk, which is the use of default credentials. And if you think about the overarching power of a tyrant, we often default to using default credentials for various reasons, and that kind of buzz-clicking word to just use a default has caused many issues. So now this is just a quick case study. This is not something I discovered, but I thought it'd make a good segue. So if you see this article from CISA, if you see that programmable logic controllers could be compromised by using a default password of all ones, 111, and yeah, not very much entropy in that respect, but it just goes to show you that if critical infrastructure is being protected by very low entropy, we can run into all sorts of issues. And as it states here, the PLC was ultimately compromised. So now we're going to go into the methodology. Now a lot of people are aware, because in the United States, all wirelessly emitting devices have to meet certain specifications, and because of that, we can get a wealth of knowledge by looking at the aggregator report. So if you go to fcc.io or FCC report, you can find public records. You can see internal, external schematics. You can get just a lot of information surprisingly available. So as I started embarking on this open source intelligence, the issue started with an older router I had in my possession. So I wanted to, looking at how the password was ultimately derived, I wanted to see if this was just an issue with my device in particular, if this was a wider issue. And as you'll see moving forward, this caused a few problems. Now, the main issue here, though, is that if you go to fcc.io, if you look at some of the diagrams, sometimes you can't get a clear indication of what's going on here. So in this case, I see where the label is, but I'm not getting much information other than that. So in regards to the OSINT portion of the title, I used a combination of fcc.io along with a few others, including eBay. All right, so now Eris makes many models of devices. This talk actually did not start with this model right here, but part of my methodology was if I can't see the contents of a label, then I want to see how else this information can be aggregated. So in my case, I decided just to reference eBay. You know, people sell things on eBay, and oftentimes all the labels are readily available. So looking at this information, things become a little bit more apparent here. So let's take a look at this pre-shared key here. So, you know, now to someone who may not be well versed, you know, looking at that string of characters, it may appear to be random, but it's anything but random. In fact, this password could simply be derived by just taking essentially, in most cases, roughly the first half of the SSID, along with the last 3 octets of the MAC address. Now the problem, though, is not so much the fact that they decide to base the password off the MAC address, but really it's the fact that all the interfaces have a similar MAC address. So if you think about it, if you're going to set a password to be based on the MAC address, but all the MAC addresses, including the wireless interface, were only different by a few characters. So essentially, without using any fancy tools, I mean, you could just use like maybe Wiggle Wi-Fi if you're using Android. You could simply get within proximity of a wireless access point and determine the wireless password by just simply having the name. And you're probably thinking, well, you know, this is just a default password. Who should care about this? But as you'll see moving forward, this is a little bit more than anecdotal evidence. I would say a large majority of the time, when you see these default SSIDs, the passwords have not been changed either. For the same reason, you know, users will get a device, they may have an issue actually accessing the admin panel. So what's simpler? To use what appears to be a random password. And it was easily derivable. So now, here's what's interesting. Now, I actually found this slide after this presentation got accepted, and I did not notice this initially. Eris makes a lot of devices. Out of all the devices that had the same issue, only this particular model explicitly said how this password was derived. And I thought it was interesting. I actually didn't figure this out until after the presentation got accepted. But if you see here, if you look on the bottom, where it says WPA2 PS key, it clearly defines that the password is generated from the SSID and the MAC address, and with all the MAC addresses, with all the interfaces essentially being identical except for the final octet, these are easily derived. But it wasn't just Eris that made this problem. It seems to be an issue with cable modem routers that are trying to reach either DOCSIS 2 or 3, that part of that specification. So let's look at some distribution here. Now this particular model, you see it says SSID DDW365. That's actually a model from UB, not Eris, but we have the same problem here. As you'll see moving forward, the password is essentially generated from DDW365, which is like roughly half of the SSID, along with the second half of the customer MAC address, which is an interface which is almost identical to the wireless MAC address. If you look at distribution as of 2019, you see these are spread in Phoenix, and now I didn't include more recent data, but just citing 2019, these are all default SSIDs, and with a little bit of research, I'm approximating that I'd say roughly 3/4 of these are also using the same default password. But little bit anecdotal, but I've encountered many people with these devices, and generally speaking, users that have the knowledge will change their SSID. If you see this default, it's highly likely. And remember, there's no special tools needed here. You don't have to gather packets or anything like that. Just approach the device, and all that information be really available. And it's not just UB, and it's not just Iris. There's also Technicolor. You see, here's another device. You see SSID TC871. Now it's interesting, and I haven't only that one Eris model was actually documented how the algorithm for it, but I find it interesting that there's 3 different manufacturers all using this very basic logic of concatenating the MAC address and the SSID to form the default credential. Now, technically for this particular model, it's not exactly the first half of the SSID and the last 3 octets. There's a slight change, but it's 90% the same. And in regards to OSINT, VI Stumbler, it's very similar to Wiggle Wi-Fi. The reason why I chose VI Stumbler is that a lot of these wireless SSID databases, they'll have throttle and they'll have limits to how much you can query. In this case for VI Stumbler, there were no limits, so you can query to your heart's content. And now, granted though, the distribution isn't as dense as some of the Eris and UB, but there's a lot of targets, and I'm only showing a few areas. If you stumble across this, you'll probably notice some of these on your street. All right, so now in regards to the case study, the Wi-Fi password algorithm is a focal point of the talk. But as you can see, if you look at the first CVE 439, that reflects 3 different models. 438 reflects 2, but essentially this is a combination of Eris, UB, and Technicolor. And this kind of got the gears in my head flowing. So I'm like, well, I wonder how many other manufacturers. So I spent a lot of time just going over eBay, and I relied heavy on eBay, but it was the easiest way to gather this information. And fortunately, it seems like there was a certain time period where this was like a common collusion when it comes to this particular scheme. Fortunately, they have not made this mistake in subsequent products. But if you have one of these devices, you have more problems to worry about than just the default password, because a large majority of these devices are vulnerable to so many other exploits that you're better off just not using the product entirely. So I recommend end-of-lifing for various reasons. There's so many exploits that this is the least you have to worry about, but this requires no tools to exploit. All right, so now, I like bugs. I also, growing up, I also had this weird idea that, maybe one day I'd become an archaeologist. I'd be like Indiana Jones. Well, I decided, well, this is my best opportunity. If you think about past performance and you think about the idea that that companies are making the same mistakes, I decided, well, let's look at some older devices. Let's see if I can find go for some more low-hanging fruit. And once again, this is my methodology. This is not how to do cutting-edge research, but it got me several CVEs just off this particular issue. And once again, and I don't 100% agree with this quote, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, but if you think about credit score and you think about criminal record, we unofficially agree that people tend to make the same mistakes again. So at this point, I had exhausted all the UB, Eris, and Technicolor devices, and fortunately, they haven't made this mistake in the future. So this isn't to smear these companies. They actually have learned from this mistake. They haven't made any subsequent issues. I started to branch further into the current router that I was using for my ISP, which is actually a Hytron device. Now, interestingly enough, I did not find the same issue. I did find an issue with how passwords were being generated for a Hytron device. It wasn't the same, but in some ways it's kind of worse. All right, so now before I get into that particular password, actually I can go ahead and mention it. It's not really a focal point here, but this is PasswordsCon, so I'm going to go ahead and state it. In this case, for this particular model, which was powering my home internet, the default password was essentially the word Hytron concatenated with a with a 5 hex value, which was only about 1 million. That, I mean, there should be, you know, in the billions. I mean, the entry was very low. But setting that aside, I wanted to look at some other things. So when it comes to past performance, I love referencing MITRE directly, because you want to find an exploit, just see what issues the manufacturer had before, and most likely they'll have the same issue. So this was someone else's discovery. This cross-site scripting right here. But I'm like, in 2020. So I'm like, okay, well, this is kind of interesting. If you add a device and you essentially hit an X button, an SSX payload can be triggered. But the problem is that, in my opinion, require a little too much user interaction. And so I didn't really like that aspect too much. And also, I wanted to see, because this issue actually was fixed, I wanted to see if any other parameters were vulnerable. So I just went through all the parameters and tried SSX, and I found another one. So I'm like, well, it looks like they didn't. And I came to the conclusion that he must have just checked one page. I just went through all the other parameters and found another cross-site scripting. All right, so here's the cross-site scripting that I found. Now, sorry about the image here. It's a little bit blurry here, but in this case, there's a page. There's a page in the administration portal called the device location page, where you essentially just enter. You can name where you'd like the device to be located at. So, like, let's say garage. But within that field, you know, it didn't have proper sanitization of user input. So it gave me, it allowed me to export a user's cookie. Now, the thing about it is, you think in this particular issue, this was only this particular issue can only be exploited by someone with administrator rights. Fortunately, even though admin rights were required, look at this as like a booby trap. So if you're able to log into the administration panel, you could set this cross-site payload, and if the user changed their password but happened to visit the page, you could exfiltrate that data. And here's just a quick demo of that. And it's not, we're not going to go into the weeds of it, but essentially what this demonstration shows is me setting up an AWS box, me visiting the page, and me showing data being exfiltrated via SSX. And things get a little bit more interesting from here. There's a little bit of an IOC if you see how everything was displaced right here. But other than that, though, just visiting the page, exfiltrated the data. And as you can see here, it's shown that the password is depicted here. But let's move a little bit further. So, you know, I only had one Hydron device, but I actually acquired another device by essentially using a combination of eBay and thrift stores, and then a little bit of recycling. So I had another device, had an AdTrend device. What I find interesting is that I found a few issues with this product, and once again, during the process of creating this presentation, I discovered that someone else had reported some similar issues. They held off on publishing the CVE, so we kind of had some simultaneous submissions, but these are for different products. So the reason why I say deja vu, I'll explain that here in a second. Here. All right, so I don't expect you guys to be able to read this, but what's important here is that back to the PasswordsCon. Now, we're all used to, you know, routers having default passwords at admin. I mean, this isn't anything crazy. What's interesting about this, though, is that they had one interesting mitigation. So although the default password for root was admin to admin, if you plug the device into the Ethernet, it was publicly accessible over the internet, which kind of gave us a race condition. So if you have an Ethernet cable plugged in there, that's enough time for your device to already be compromised because it's wide open. So even though they required a password change, it wasn't quite good enough. And there's some other issues I found. I eventually did find a cross-site scripting here, and I also found some other issues regarding telnet service and command injection. We're going to just move forward a little bit here. So here this is a quick demo, and it's going to segue into the second vulnerability. So I'm not terribly surprised that, you know, they had default admin, although that, you know, that's a botnet herder's dream. Interesting. This is just going to show how during the setup process, how I can go ahead and create another account with root level privileges, and even after the person changed the password, I'd still have a way access the device. What I found interesting about this, while I was looking at some of the other devices, other accounts that were on this device, is I realized another issue. Well, there was a hard-coded account here for a hard-coded support account that also had root level permissions. And guess what? It's very similar to the Wi-Fi issue. The default password is ultimately based on the MAC address. So there's essentially a hard-coded. I'm gonna get into this in a second here. This just shows me adding the account. We're gonna move forward here. Now here we have the support account here. And the thing about it is, all right, so just to wrap things up, this support account, it had a root level password that consisted of the second half of the MAC address. And if you think about it, if you're connected to a network, you can just, by looking at the gateway address, you can easily determine what that information is, or through the Wi-Fi, through the BSS ID. So that's obviously not a good situation here. And how did I locate this? Well, another one of their devices, they documented this on one of their products, only one of them. But because Adtran bought Smart RG, they didn't update all the documents, so we end up in this strange situation here. So we're gonna go over that. And the other issue, this is a little bit redundant. There was also a command injection that did require authentication, but because there's so many ways to bypass authentication, this is a little bit redundant, but it's still something that should be fixed in software. And this is just using shell meta characters. You want to know how to do that? Try PortSwigger. This is, this tutorial is how I figured it out. Very straightforward. And just a quick demo showing that, and we're almost done here. And if you think about shell meta characters, think about things like tick, the dollar parentheses. Some of these symbols can be used in Linux versus Windows, and in this case, there was BusyBox under it, so it would just allow me to inject shell meta characters, and that gave me command injection with root. Now, once again, it's authenticated, but it's easy to bypass that requirement here. So we're going to go ahead and just move forward because we're short on time. So we got to get to the conclusions here. Manufacturers should require users to set a new password before a device can be used. Self-explanatory, but for at least the Adtran devices, these devices were produced in the last few years, so these are new devices. Fortunately, Adtran was great. They updated their firmware, they fixed all these devices. So at least for Adtran, they were a great vendor to work with. And not to say anything bad about anybody else, I just didn't get a whole lot of feedback. And I want to thank you for taking the time to see me once again. And I'm out of time here, but I love being in Vegas, so have a great evening. If you have any questions.
Well, being from Norway myself, one of the things I know is that in the state of California, there's a law saying that you're not allowed to sell products or software hardware with default passwords in them. I have no idea how they are actually using that law in real life. But what you're showing now is, because I've seen this for the past 20 years at least, products are, the vendors are putting in very simple algorithms for generating passwords so that in many cases, the vendors or the companies selling these products will be able to support the customers, because the customers will call in and say, I can't remember the password, I lost the paper piece, and then they can say, well, just tell me the numbers on, like your serial number or your MAC address, and then we can sort of help you figure out the passwords. That's one of the reasons. But as with the law in California, if you say that, well, you're not allowed to have default passwords, then it's sort of interesting to, would you have an opinion on when they have so incredibly easy solutions in place to sort of generate or guess the password? Do you think that you could say that is not allowed either according to the law in California? Is that a question?
For me, it's not the default. It's just that I feel like the product should not be usable until after password change. Because I mean, there has to be some kind of initial setup. But the problem, and granted though, like I found even way more issues than this. I just there's too many unfixed issues at this point. But default credentials is we're under the tyranny of
that
the
is
default.
A problem. Yeah. Questions? One question. no questions. Thank you for being here. Interesting talk. And of course, enjoy Vegas. And for